Hey everyone, welcome back to another video. Thanks so much for stopping by. Alright, without further ado, let me just refresh the page and show you what we will be creating today. Small little loading screen, small little intro, welcome, open up, just like so. It's a very simple one today, but there's a lot of more complexity here than my usual tutorials because today we're going to be managing routes. So here you can see I have some hover effects when I hover over something, and a small little thing comes over here and animates in. It's just like a page over here. Nothing really too fancy. I'm not going to be covering all the styles in this course, but I will be covering all the logic. As you can see when I click over here, the URL updates to /devwork. And when I hit exit, it goes back to home. Now this is important because when I go to devwork and I refresh the page, take a look, it's going to stay at devwork. And when the intro is done, it's going to show the devwork page. So this is what we're going to be covering today. We're going to be covering routes. And now I can also click on the menu icon, one over here, and go to another URL. So keep your eye on the URL bar to go from dev work to design work, and it'll automatically play. Once we go to the design work, the camera will transition and automatically open to this design work page. And then I can refresh the page and it will also show design work there as well. So what we're dealing with is a lot of complex state management. You can see I also have a lot of other buttons here, switching between the views and making sure everything works. And of course, everything is also responsive, which is another headache that we'll have to deal with when it comes to 3D experiences. So we'll take a look at one way to handle that. And you can actually see we have a completely different experience on mobile devices. You can see the slider goes up rather than comes from the right and goes to the left. So we'll also take a look at how to handle two different experiences, one for the mobile and one for the desktop. So while the portfolio itself, it definitely comes across as simple, there is actually a lot of complexity here because we're managing routes and a bunch of global states, which I'll be talking about. So when it comes to 3D websites, you'll often very find that a lot of them don't actually have any sort of URL routing at all. So here's a really popular one. I think this one site of the month, I don't actually remember, but it's a really complicated application, but it's completely facilitated with a menu rather than URLs. So you can see if I navigate to like number 5 over here, the URL doesn't actually update at all. So what that means is there's no way for you to share this specific link. Like typically when you're working with a portfolio, you'd share like direct links to your portfolio rather than having them go to the home page and then clicking show work and things like that. Now that's obviously a little bit different when you're working in the creative development field. You kind of want them to go through the experience in order to get to a certain point. But what we're seeing now is like a lot of, traditionally more static websites, like for UX researchers, are also including like 3D experiences now. So maybe sometimes you want to like just directly link people to your work rather than something else. So since a website like this, which is created by one of the most famous agencies out there, doesn't even bother with routes, that means there's no way I can just say, oh, Hall of 100 columns is so amazing, I'm just going to link you to that one. You have to load everything and then go to the menu and then click there. And as we go through routes, I'll show you why a lot of 3D websites avoid doing anything regarded to routes at all. Because the way I structure the video is I set it up first without routes, and then we add it in routes later, and you can see it almost doubles, if not triples, the amount of work that we have to do once we start implementing routes. Once you have routes, you have all sort of state management issues that you have to deal with. So Coastal World is another really popular website, and it's very interactive, but you can see they also don't really bother dealing with the routes. Even if I go to a completely different island with a different set of assets, like over here, I'll do boat me there. You can see the page doesn't refresh. We load a bunch of new assets, but the URL doesn't update either. So there's no way for me to specifically link you to this island and spawn over here. So you will always have to go through the entire experience in order to get here. They do have a lot of other save states, like in their own local storage and things like that. But as you can see, when it comes to 3D experiences, avoiding URLs is definitely really common, but it is good to know how to do it. So this is kind of like that video, just in case later down the road, you can manage routes a little bit easier. So before I get into this video, I just want to talk about prerequisites for this video. So one thing I'll say is you probably, by on your own, you should be able to make this house with absolutely no help whatsoever. You could just like open Blender and recreate this house. And if you can do that, then you should be good enough to watch this video. This is not a modeling video, but I do cover some more rapid prototyping methods that I use in Blender. So it's good to have some basic Blender foundational knowledge. When it comes to your React knowledge, you should be able to make a to-do list without any help. And you should be able to comfortably, at least in the front end, just like look at a website like Dribbble and just reconstruct this entire layout and maybe some of the features like clicking and things like that. And if you can do that in React with like 2D websites, you should be okay enough when it comes to the React knowledge. So when it comes to prerequisites for Three.js knowledge, you should be fairly comfortable with React 3 Fiber and Three.js. If you watched any one of my last 3 videos, you should be good enough to watch this video as long as you're familiar with React as well. Yeah, so if you match those prerequisites, you can watch this. If you don't, you might be able to pick up some things, but I don't really want to speak for you. But those are kind of just my recommendations before you watch this video. So in this video, not only do I introduce routing, but I also introduce the concept of rapid prototyping, which I'll talk about in a little bit. So without further ado, let's get straight into it. So in this section, I just want to talk about rapid prototyping. I don't know if there's an actual industry term for it. I just call it rapid prototyping, and it's a phenomenon I kind of deal with all the time. And it's basically the idea of just getting something out there. And it's actually a lot more than just getting something out there, because once you provide a rapid prototype, you actually facilitate a lot of other processes. So let's say you're in the case where you're working by yourself and you have a client for the first time. They almost always will have some sort of trust issue, and that's reasonable, right? They can't just 100% trust you to do what you say to do. So this is where rapid prototyping kind of comes in, where it's you turn around something that is maybe not perfectly polished, but impressive enough in the time frame that you give them such that they actually start trusting you. And this is something I do all the time to help alleviate stress, help alleviate demands, not only on my part, but also the client's part. Because when you see your client getting stressed or like doubtful of you, that also impacts your own work and everything like that as well. So you'll see as I go create a rapid prototype, in about 6 or 8 hours total of work, we already get some sort of room out the door. And then I'll talk a little bit more about this later down the road. So what's the first benefit? Well, first benefit is reduce your own anxiety as well as the client's anxiety. This is a huge bonus point of rapid prototyping. The second instance where you might see rapid prototyping frequently used is in your industry job, or, you know, like when you're working at a design agency. When you're a developer or an artist or anyone working in a team, you're going to be working with other team members or other members within your team. And sometimes they have different priorities and tasks, in which case you might sometimes be reliant on them before you can actually start doing your own work. So, you know, there's a term for that called blockers, like do you have any blockers today sort of thing. Where rapid prototyping actually bypasses blockers in a certain way, because it kind of sets out a foundation that once they're done, you are already ready to go, because you preemptively already kind of figured out the architecture, figured out some of the logic, and then you can just like reiterate your prototype. Ideally, yes, you would want to wait for a 3D model before you started coding, but realistically, that's not always the case. So what you might actually do is create your own model in a similar structure, and it might not look as pretty, but you kind of just get the code logic and the flow and everything out. So by the time the real model comes out, you already have a prototype ready that you can just swap a few lines of code and things like that. So that's like another use case of rapid prototyping, bypassing blockers. Another really good thing when it comes to, let's say you're working individually with a client, when it comes to rapid prototyping, is your prototype can actually facilitate a lot of ideas with your client. They might look at your prototype and they're like, you know, actually, I don't like this. Can you change it like this? Or change it like this? It's very bad if you get something very finalized and then just display it to the client, and the client's like, wow, this sucks, can you change this? And then it's a complete mess from there. Most processes are iterative anyway, like during the design phase and things like that, so it's probably not a massive concern. But when it comes to coding, yeah, if it's like camera logic, things like that, they're just like, oh, that camera logic sucks, or things like that. You know, you might be able to start identifying that already with a prototype. Another really cool thing is when you start charting out the coding logic with your prototypes and things like that, you might encounter unforeseen blockers or unforeseen challenges that you didn't know if you didn't start coding. And then here you can adjust the scope of the project, tell the client, tell your other team members things that you didn't see initially. You know, as developers, as you grow in experience, you kind of have to get good at estimating how much time a task will take you, but you can't always be 100% accurate every single time. And there are going to be things that you didn't think of that does pop up eventually. You'll get errors that you didn't expect, and then you have to debug them and so on and so forth. So rapid prototyping kind of helps you identify and discover those sorts of things already. Yeah, and I feel like this entire idea is also bypassing perfectionism. When you're a creative, you know, there's always that idea, fear of failure, that fear of perfectionism and things like that. So by forcing yourself to engage in rapid prototyping, what you're doing is focusing on creating something rather than all the fear and all the anxiety and things like that. Like, oh, is it going to be perfect, or can I even do it? A lot of times before I start a project, it's like, is it even possible? And you'll hear a lot of other creative developers do the same thing. And they're just like, is this even possible? I don't want to invest all this time and fail and not do anything, sort of thing. But the truth is, like, it's better to try and fail because you'll learn a lot from it rather than not trying at all. So rapid prototyping kind of forces you into the mindset of, it doesn't matter if it's perfect, it's still cool. I still learned something. It's still part of my growth journey. And later down the road, I'm almost guaranteed to use something I did from this failed rapid prototype, even if I invest all this time and don't have a good outcome that gets a lot of reactions or something like that. Last comment then about rapid prototyping. Yeah, you're going to be bypassing a lot of best practices. Your code quality is probably not going to look great and whatnot, but honestly, it's not really a big deal. It's more just about the mindset and the benefits of it rather than the finalized product, because this entire process is iterative anyway. I'm sure there's some other things that I wanted to say, but I forgot when recording this video, but yeah, just a small little introduction to rapid prototyping there. So I'll say, as soon as I get into my Blender file, there's kind of already a few things that have been set up for me where I don't even have to touch them. So one of them is in my render settings here. You can see I kind of have some default settings that usually get me good results and how I want to work. But again, that's going to kind of like depend on you. Like, for example, I really like to denoise my viewport. If your computer can't handle denoising in your viewport, then, you know, you'd leave that off and so on and so forth. So I just have a bunch of things set. You can see the default timeline is gone, and then a few other preferences are gone as well. So also, you know, like the objects like the camera, the point light, and the default cube, they're also gone. So once I have a Blender setup that I like, which is what you're seeing right now, what you can do is come over to File, Defaults, and Save Startup File. And I'll just overwrite it because it's the same exact file. So, and now every time you create a new general file with Blender, it'll just show this file. So if I come here, click New General, don't save this one, you can see that it's just going to create the same exact thing because I saved that as my default file. So here, I already saved a few times. I don't have to touch this. I don't have to delete objects and, a few other things as well. So when it comes to designer portfolios, they're generally very, very minimalistic. They use a lot of white space, very clean and feels very spacious. So this is kind of the same thing that we want to do when we're creating our 3D environment. We kind of want to match the same vibe as that more minimalistic and like spacious and open and like, breathable space. Now, of course, not all designers follow this sort of minimalistic approach or this sort of clean approach, but this is the general trend. So this is kind of the same thing we want to highlight when we're creating our 3D environment. Just intuitively knowing that kind of suggests that I want to go for something that's more bright and uses, these pastely kind of colors like so. Yeah, so the first thing I like to do is probably add some sort of ground plane like so. And then what I like to do is start blocking out, which I covered in a previous video. But when it comes to a more rapid prototyping style, I actually like to block out with pre-made assets. So I'm on a newer computer here, but I do have some assets that I've linked up in the Blender asset browser. So if I create a new pane over here and switch to my asset browser over here. If you're not familiar with Blender asset browser, it's pretty much just like a click and drag sort of thing you see in video games, like when you want to build a house and like place a house and things like that. You can also do that with materials and, assets that you created, assets that you download online. I'm not going to show you how to set that up because there's a lot of tutorials on there. It's just, this is my workflow. So here I have some packs that I found online that I'll link to in my description below. I usually have a lot more than this. I just only set up these for this video. So now you might be asking like, yeah, you have so many options, how can you decide which one to choose? So again, we're working with UI designers. So if you just look up like UI designer office, or maybe like home office or something online, you can see that generally they are associated with like standing desks, it kind of matches the 2D website designs as well. A little bit minimalistic, very, very sort of clean. And of course, you can also go on like YouTube and take a look at people's desk setups like so. You know, they don't have to be a UI designer, you know, associated fields like in programmer or UX researcher and so on and so forth. It's kind of the same overall general vibe. Of course, you can also take inspiration from interior design methodologies and practices. For example, this one is very, very popular. And this method very focuses on trying to create a spacious and harmonious space. And I'm sure you can find a list online about some of the principles, like the desk pointing towards the door rather than up next to the wall and so on and so forth. So here you can see just right here, this desk isn't next to a wall, which is very, very common in home offices. Here it's kind of like you're in charge, you're looking at your entire room sort of thing. So that's kind of like a principle. It doesn't mean that if you follow these sort of principles, you'll get something that looks nice. It's just like a general guideline to develop your intuition. And then of course you have other ones like biophilic design, you know, the idea of including nature into your housing elements, you know, being one with nature kind of soothes you down, kind of calms you down, that sort of thing. This phase is not only reference collecting, but it's also more just like completely indulging into that aesthetic. Like if you were to live in a home office like this or a house like this, how would you feel? And what would be around you? And then you would look at similar images and so on and so forth and kind of just go from there. So that's kind of the same thing I'm doing when I am choosing the chairs that I want or the desks that I want. Every time I look at a specific object, I am almost intuitively looking for the next object that I'll choose associated with that sort of object. So here you can see that I'll click and drag in places here. Here you can see that we have a very modern chair. Okay, so yeah, next step, sorry, I usually actually set up the lighting first. So I come over here, go into shader editor, and let's change from object to world lighting. Now, I did talk about HDRIs and some other lighting methods in my previous videos, but generally I usually just stick with the typical built-in sky texture from Blender. It generally worked fairly well, especially when I just need some quick, nice, good looking lighting. Now, it usually always starts a little bit too low, which causes a stretching, and it usually is a little bit too bright, so the colors are a little bit faded or blown out. So what I like to do is increase the elevation. This will make everything brighter, but it'll lower the shadow a little bit. And then I like to reduce the sun intensity just a little bit. I also typically don't like working with harder shadows, so I'd increase the sun size to get something a little more blurry, like so. It gives it a more softer feel. Again, if you want to work with hard shadows, that's totally up to you. But this is kind of just like my general intuition and general start of what I'm going for. Anyway, like I was saying earlier, as soon as I'm picking my models, I'm also intuitively thinking about what other kinds of furniture would match also with that specific chair or with that specific furniture in general, right? Like for example, a wooden chair like this wouldn't really look ideal next to a modern desk. Yes, in real life, you know, nothing is perfect and purely aesthetic, but you know, that's kind of like the benefit of working in 3D environments, is because you do have the capability to make everything quote unquote perfectly aesthetic and pleasing, just kind of like a movie. You know, sometimes you want your life to be like a movie, and everything, and like in a movie, everything kind of works out in the end. I'll say when it comes to like picking furniture or like being like an interior designer, you know, it's very similar to like when you're picking colors. When you pick one color to determine your color scheme, you kind of fit some sort of, you know, color theory patterns to get decent colors looking well or acting well together. You know, even when you use like palette generators, if you select one color or select two color and then, you know, generate more colors, you know, I'll try and use some sort of color theory in order to determine the next set of colors. Now, I'm not very familiar with interior design, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was some sort of methodology rather than just like overall general intuition. You might be asking, okay, if you have so many options and all of them look really cool, you know, how do you determine which one to choose? And honestly, at that point, you kind of just have to make your best judgment. But, you know, if you really can't decide, then I would say just stick with the trends and what is most common. Like, for example, this desk looks really nice, and it's definitely a little more uncommon. Whereas standing desks are really common, so if you had to choose between these two, might as well just go with the trend. But honestly, that's really up to you, so there's no right or wrong answer here at all. So when it comes to blocking out a room, for example, there's really not much complexity here. I usually just add a plane. Again, that way the origin point is quickly at the bottom. And that way, anytime I go into object mode and scale it, the origin point already starts at the bottom. I don't have to adjust it and so on and so forth. Now, I might have said it earlier in the video, but a lot of times your assets will not be to real life scale. So I typically don't work in real life scale unless I really, really need to. I also say, the thing is when it comes to immersive experiences in 3D websites, it kind of looks a little bit different than how areas and actual spatial requirements would look in the real life. For example, if I was over here in real life, take a look at the camera view, it looks a little bit weird than it would look in real life. Like here, it looks like the gap is really small, whereas in real life, I could probably fit and walk through here perfectly fine. Whereas in the 3D environment, it feels very, very crowded coming over here. Now, there's a lot of architectural add-ons that you can find online, but one of really popular one is called Archimesh. And if you take an architecture course in Blender, you're almost bound to hear about Archimesh because it's a free Blender add-on and it's been here for a really long time. And it does some awesome things like a door, for example. I can shift right click somewhere and add a door and you can see that it is a door. And then there's a bunch of options here. So again, you can just hold down Control, middle mouse button to cycle through the different kinds of door models, hand models. You can also click and select an option, but I like to use Control and the middle mouse button just to quickly go through them, just like so. Along with the door, you have a lot of options here that you can do like so. And, it kind of just speeds up your workflow quite a bit there. Now, if you want to get rid of this door, you can see that it's parented to an empty. So if you just delete the empty, you'll still have these three stuff remaining. The empty is here. They attach it to an empty. That way you can just select the empty and move everything else. So if you want to delete everything in between, I just right click and do delete hierarchy and that'll delete everything. So Archimesh is a really popular one. Again, if you're willing to spend some money, you might as well get something a little more advanced and expensive. Okay, so once you get things that you like, for example, like this table, the next step when it comes to rapid prototyping is to make it fit everything else. So for example, I can't just scale this down here because then this would also be scaled down. So I'd go into edit mode, go into wireframe, and probably go into an orthographic view. Then I'll just select the top and probably just GZ and then select the middle and just adjust it to get to a height that I actually like. So sometimes when you're working with assets that you find online, what they give you are just a bunch of image textures, which are hard to edit. So if I could change this to object, you can see that this entire thing, if I go to the material tab, is just sharing one single material and it's just an image. So that means if I want to change the top of this desk material, I would have to select it and create a new material. But in order to do that, I have to validate that I can easily select that. So if I select this face and do Control L, you can see that normally you would expect this to be attached to the rest of the table, but it's actually not. So I want to merge it with the rest of the top table. So I'm going to hit A and I'm going to hit M and I'm going to merge by distance. And here you can see I removed 1,112 vertices. And if I go into rendered view, literally nothing has changed. All it did was merge a bunch of overlapping vertices. Here you can see my merge distance is extremely low, so it only gets the overlapping ones. So now if I select this top and do Control L, you can see that it indeed does select this tabletop over here. Now again, typically, if I was working on a more polished project and I was using pre-made assets, I would start immediately fixing these other issues like over here where the geometry is overlapping. Because when I bake, this area would be black and we're wasting a bunch of texture space. But again, we're doing a rapid prototyping, so those small issues can be overlooked for the sake of speed. Similar with topology issues, like if I right click and do tries to quads just to clean it up a little bit, you can see that there's definitely a lot of topology issues here, but again, it's not really worth to fix because it's not going to increase the file size too much and it won't likely affect the baking too much either. Anyway, now that I can select this top thing here, that means I can easily change its material. So if I add a new material and just create a new one and assign it, you can see that I can just easily assign that. So another thing I like to use for materials, besides online resources like Polyhaven or Ambient CG, which I mentioned in previous videos, is this other add-on here called BlenderKit. There's a lot of competing add-ons that do similar things to BlenderKit, but I just use BlenderKit because, force of habit, and it works well for me. They have a free version and a paid version. I'm still on the free version, but you can totally upgrade to the paid version if you want. So what's really nice is instead of having to download, unzip, and then use Node Wrangler to attach your PBR materials, you can just search for something like wood, for example. Hit this eyeball here just to see something, and then just search for either procedural or PBR materials. So let's say I want to change the wood of my desk material to wood. I can just click and drag it and drop it right on there, and you can see that it automatically replaces. So that's a very much faster workflow here, and you can see it set up the entire PBR material just for me, right? Just like that. So this is kind of like the same general idea with any other pre-made model. Again, you might not have image textures in your asset browser, but oftentimes you will. So in that case, you have to do the same thing, Control L just to see what's linked. Let's say you want to change the material of this. That's okay. We can add another one, and we can just call this chair color. Sign. Maybe let's make this like greenish or something. And now you can see we have a green chair just like that. Yeah, other than going through a list of 100 other Blender add-ons, that's kind of all I do when I'm doing rapid prototyping. I use pre-made assets, I do basic lighting, and I don't really feel the need to optimize unless there's going to be something extremely performance intensive. The rest from here is just like building out and building up your intuition. So I did complete my scene, and I did very minimal modeling. Again, we're in a rapid prototyping phase. We don't want to spend too much time modeling. You can see that everything I did model are very simple shapes, right? Like loop cuts, insets, that sort of stuff, and they're all just squares. I did end up deleting a lot of them. So here you can see I did end up deleting these faces just because they're very large and they'll take up a bunch of texture space. So you can do like a blend of half optimizing and half not. I didn't use any new modeling techniques in this video that I haven't showed in my previous room portfolio. So if I go into render view, I just want to show you quickly some of the materials that I'm using. If I click on this, you can see I have it a light emitter. And all I did was just change the base color, which honestly doesn't really matter. But here I did change the emission over here and the color of that to 50. And then I also used an orthographic camera and just positioned it arbitrarily to kind of get a general vibe of what I'm going for. So when it comes to lighting, I tried to make this side a little bit cooler with some purple lighting, which isn't really noticeable. I could add another area light here just to make it a little bit more clear that there's like warm colors over here, some more cooler colors over here, but honestly, now that I'm just visually looking at it, it looks pretty good already. So I don't really have to go for that 2-tone or 3-tone sort of contrast. For just some more general lighting, I added an area light over here just to, if I get rid of it, you can see it's a little bit dark. So I added that. Of course, style it however you want. If you want to, definitely go for like that sort of warm tone, cool sort of vibe, have a visual interest, something like this. And then, maybe you can keep another one here, and then this one can just be like, I don't know, something very subtle, just to make it a little bit brighter. So on one side, you kind of have like the cooler colors. So something like this would look pretty nice as well. So, you really have a lot of flexibility here when it comes to lighting. I'm just showing you what I'm doing. So all the materials that I added, like this wood over here, and the wood on this back wall over here, sorry, I'm selecting the wrong thing. The wood over here, all of that is from BlenderKit. I just searched up wood. So if I search up wood planks, you can see that this is where I just selected them. So you can see I tried out several of them, and a lot of them looked really good. So the other thing I did was added some of these, which I modeled, but again, those are just extruded up planes and then array modifier. I also added a slight little bit of curves over here for acting like the chords. And for the major faces, like the ones back over here, I deleted them. You'll also notice that I'm viewing through them. So this is very important when it comes to using pre-made models, because sometimes the pre-made models' face orientations aren't fixed. And remember, you have to be in solid view for this, and you can turn on back face culling. And this will basically show you what you would actually see in Three.js based on the normals of your object. And you can see when I do that, a lot of things go quote-unquote invisible. And that's because the normals are pointing in the opposite direction, which means if I, for example, let's turn on face orientation here, you can see that this is red, which means if I turn on back face culling, I should be able to see through it. And you can see exactly it appears invisible. But if I go on the other side, you can see I can see it. Backface culling will just help you, determine your face orientation. I did cover how to fix that in my previous videos, right? You can just duplicate it and then flip it. You can give it a solidify modifier, or you can just extrude it the other way. Now, the reason I didn't fix these invisible issues for this project, again, it's also rapid prototyping, but it's also just like the time to fix this might add 10 or 15 minutes to your project. And when I look from my camera angle, it's very, very non-noticeable, the invisible stuff here. Like, if it was definitely noticeable, I would definitely spend some time fixing it. But, for us, the change is very, very little. So let me turn off my viewport displays. You can see that, the change is very, very minimal. There's definitely some noticeable changes, but, no one's going to be paying too much attention to that. So let me turn this back on. Now, there are a few other things that I didn't cover in previous videos yet. So one of them is going to be working with pre-made assets when they're really, really subdivided. You can see very, very subdivided, for realism is why they do that. But, for us, we don't want all that geometry. Now, could you leave it in there? Yes. And yes, we're going for rapid prototyping. So, you don't want to spend time fixing this, but, this honestly adds like 30 seconds and you can like multi-edit objects that are very, very subdivided the same way. So again, I do the same thing that we did earlier, merge by distance, keep it very low just to get rid of any duplicates. You can see I removed 794 overlapping vertices. Again, there are plugins to help you clean up meshes, which I'll link to some in the description below. So what I like to do is right click, again, tries to quads, and then right click in face select and do unsubdivide. And you can see it kind of clears up all that geometry, and then you might be able to get away with it one more time. And if I go back top, go into rendered view, scale that down, turn off viewport, you can see that there's pretty much visually no difference from the really subdivided one and the one where it's a lot less. Again, if you want to see that clearly, you can come down here and right click and turn on scene statistics, which will show you your statistics, like how many vertices and everything you have. So if I turn that back on, go into ed mode, you can see that down over here, it'll show you that it has 1,602 vertices. If I undo those changes, it's probably going to be like 30,000 or something like that. If you want it to be more clear in the viewport itself, you can just come over here and turn on statistics, and it will show you the same statistics you see in the bottom right. So if I just undo those changes, let's just see what it would be originally. So this is the original. Yeah, you can see vertices is 17,000, and unsubdividing it reduced it to 1,602 or something like that. And another really, really common one is using the decimate modifier. So if you come to the decimate modifier, you can see how many faces it has. And as you drag this down, it also has like these other ones like unsubdivide, which we did earlier, but manually. And you can see as I drag it down, it's going to lower the amount of faces. So if I go into edit mode, you can see, well, I haven't applied it yet. So let me just duplicate this. Let me apply it on this one, and let's just get rid of this one. Let's go into edit mode for both of these. You can see over here, you can see definitely a lot less faces than one over here. And if we go into rendered view, it does look a little bit more suspicious, but, from far away, if we go to the camera view, no one can actually tell too much of a big deal there. So that's another way to optimize your meshes just really, really quickly. So let me turn off face orientation. Another thing I did was I used the knife tool, which I did cover in my Minecraft video. But here you can just see another really use case for it, because I wanted a floor outlet for my cords. I just cut it out from the carpet. Again, you can see that we don't really care about topology because, again, we're just rapidly prototyping. So here I just hit K for the knife tool, lock it on, in this case, in the Y-axis, and just click and then hit spacebar to confirm. And you can see it'll confirm like that. Do it again, K, lock it on the Y-axis, click, spacebar, and now I can just select these faces, just like so, and you can see that now I have that gapping hole there. So just like in previous videos, I also did split up the screen into their own separate object. That way you can just target it really easily. And I did this time add a placeholder 1920 by 1080 image, which means every time I replace a texture, it'll be 1920 by 1080, and I UV mapped it appropriately. So anytime I decide to replace it with the same resolution sort of image or video, it'll look pretty nice across the screen, which is really, really cool. Again, use whatever resolution that you want to go for. Well, I guess I also did model this, but I already covered that in my previous video. And then this coaster is just a beveled cube, right? And then I searched up a cork material to put it over there, and you can see that these two are computer screen and Mac screen, and I have them in my collection targets, just like I did in the room portfolio video as well. I want to correct myself. I think I said 2-tone lighting or 3-tone lighting, but the actual term is 2-point lighting or 3-point lighting. Honestly, you'll probably hear it, interchangeably used, but it kind of generally the same exact concept. You kind of have like two different lighting sources, three different lighting sources, so on and so forth. There's a really a lot of terms, but it's kind of the same general concept. If you want to go more in depth in lighting theory and lighting tutorials, you can totally do that. But that's kind of just what I was referring to when I had the cold and the warm contrast colors over here. Oh, one last thing I did before we started baking is actually I used an AI image upscaler online. There's a lot of them for free. I just used this one over here. And the image texture for this was actually quite blurry. So I just put it into here and it actually did a pretty good job. And now you can see that the carpet is a lot less blurry. Sorry, I keep saying last things, but there's actually a few other things that very, very subtle, but very quick changes. And they really change a rapid prototype into something that feels a little more polished. So again, you don't want complete hard edges. So I gave all of these a very, very subtle bevel modifier, including the shelves over here. Yes, more geometry, yes, increased file size, but very minimal, and it definitely pays off. I'll also say, since we're working in isometric, one thing you have to consider is how does it look in isometric view rather than perspective view. So if I go into perspective view, which you could totally probably use a scene like this in perspective view, there's a few things that kind of quote unquote feel off, for example. So if I come here, you can see the power outlets over here. It seems kind of weird that these are over here and these are over here. You can see the spacing on the right does not equal the spacing on the left. Now, in real life, yes, this might happen, and it might be a design choice as well, but for an office like this, it doesn't really seem like there would be a clear design choice from that. Now, it does make sense in some regard because from the left side to this outlet, the spacing seems about equal from the left side of the spacing over here. So it does still have some sort of consistency. If you wanted to quote unquote evenly space it or make it symmetrical, then you would try and match the right spacing here over the left spacing. And this might look a little bit better when it comes to perspective. Now, since we're working in orthographic view though, I didn't want it too close to that side. So if I do GY, and let's just assume that's the correct spacing in perspective mode, you can see that there's not much breathing room from here to here. So it feels, I don't know what the right word for this is, other than it feels like a little bit cramped and there's like not breathing room. Now, sometimes you can do like overlapping, which will give a sense of continuity, like there's more there to go. So that's totally valid as well. But having like a small gap feels a little bit awkward. So instead of doing that, I just moved it over here a little bit. And when you're working in isometric view, it actually seems like the spacing on the left side is probably equal to the spacing on the right, even though we know it's not because we're looking here from perspective. So you can either do a hidden continuity or adjust for the spacing in isometric view. And you can see I kind of hold that similar principle with all the items on the right side. Since we're viewing from this sort of angle, I kind of give it a little bit more of an extra spacing on the right side just so it stands out a little more. Does it really matter at the end of the day? Honestly, probably not, but these are just like subtle things you can take into consideration that are very, very quick, like 1 minute, 2 minute fixes that can really, really make your prototype feel like a finished project rather than just some sort of prototype. Additionally, like I said earlier in the video, when you're rapidly prototyping, you also want to build your intuition and keep out of things for art direction and creative direction that you would use in future projects or even this project itself. So for example, here you can see that I have some clocks here, 12:30, 12:38, this one says 12:20, and it's kind of an interesting sort of direction. It's like, okay, you know that when you're in a house, not all of your clocks, link up all the time, and some of them are off a few minutes. Now, given these are very, very off, like 8 minutes, 10 minutes differential, which is a little bit unrealistic, but these are something you can use to build your intuition for future projects. It's like, okay, if I have multiple clocks, do I want to offset them? It's also like, okay, I have multiple clocks. Do I want to update them in real time rather than just leave them as static images? So having an awareness, with the time differential on clocks, for example, might make someone view like, oh, this clock says over there, and then this one's 2 minutes off. That's kind of cool how you paid attention to that detail and things like that. Again, it's also about developing your intuition based on what your client would probably like. For example, you can see that definitely over here, this wall is thicker than the one over here and the one down over here. So intuitively, you might say, oh, this looks pretty good. But when you show it to the client, they'll be like, hey, why is this over here, not the same thickness as this wall over here? And if they tell you that, then it's very, very clear that they probably value consistency, and possibly, you know, if they prefer it to be thicker, then they would probably maybe prefer more blocky and fuller feeling shapes in their scene rather than just for the room walls themselves. So, you know, furthering that idea, it's also just like what makes a room feel like it's lived in. For example, these sort of magazines on this table means someone probably sat here and read this. Now, I didn't really go too much into detail here with, you know, making it feel lived in, but, you know, keep that in mind when you're rapidly prototyping as well. Again, that's why I added this mug here. It's like, oh, someone was drinking coffee here. Oh, someone was reading this over here. Now, there's a few other things that I could probably mention, but I don't want to spend too much time here just to give you like a general idea. But there's a lot of things I pay attention to. For example, here, when you're working with isometric scenes, generally the more common thing that you see is the walls are just directly extruded from the floor itself rather than two separate objects. So now the fact that they're two separate objects, it's like, okay, there's like a small little gap here. And if your client points it out, it's like, hey, why is there a small little gap here? You know, can you merge it with the floor? Then you might feel like, okay, they might want other things, for example, like the shelves over here to merge, rather than the drawers being, you know, split up sort of like this. They would probably want it merged, you know, a more seamless sort of direction there. And sometimes when you make those updates in advance, they're like, oh, I actually really like how you merged those. It feels cleaner now. Now, oftentimes, like, that won't happen and no one will even notice, but there's a lot of times where in those specific cases you actually do. And of course, it doesn't really always just have to be the client either. You know, again, it's also an opportunity to think of ways to utilize this sort of difference in design. For example, the fact that we have two separate objects here now suggests, okay, maybe we can, for example, bring this up a little bit and add like a light strip along the bottom. That would look pretty cool. Or we could have like a small extrude and then a light strip, you know, in the inside here. And then since it's separate, it's also much easier to add like a floor bottom sort of thing. So if we go into edit mode and add like a loop cut over here, and I don't know what they call this, but you know, we could just like do something like this, right? And it's a lot easier to do that when they're separate rather than over here. And then that gives some sort of visual interest to the scene as well. So yeah, there's really a lot of things that I look for when I'm rapidly prototyping, what I'm thinking about. Again, you don't have to overanalyze everything and be a perfectionist and like not do anything. You just rapidly take down these notes inside your brain, and then you don't even have to remember them. It's just like, oh, the next time you'll see it, it'll just automatically come from your intuition because you already made a mental note of it. You know, if you want to write these down, you can totally do that, and sometimes I do, but most of the time it's just like, oh, mental note, oh, that's kind of cool, and then kind of move on sort of thing. You do this more often, then you'll just over time develop your intuition. Yeah, so when it comes to baking, I'm not going to be doing any differently than what I did in my previous videos. However, I do just want to kind of give a more quicker rundown of Simple Bake and UV Packmaster, two add-ons that I definitely recommend buying. It saves you hours of time, so over time, this, if you divide 20 by how many hours it saves you, it's relatively cheap. If I remember, it used to be $8 and UV Packmaster used to be $39, but it's still well worth the price because it saves you a ton of time. So of course, in order to bake, we need to make sure to check all our face orientation, which I kind of just did a little bit earlier in the video. Hit A to select everything, Control A, apply our scale, make sure nothing is broken, cool. And then of course, we also want to file save incremental. I usually always do that before we start baking. And then F3 convert to mesh to convert everything to a mesh and apply all our modifiers so all our wrenches are gone. Cool, seems like everything is good to go. So I want, you know, just a sample texture, probably these, and I'll probably have it with the floor. So I'm just gonna Control J to join them. And then we can always separate them later if we need to. Then let's just select the ground and go into edit mode, A to select everything, U, smart UV project, and unwrap. And now you can see because the ground is so much bigger than all these, photo frames are very small on here. I don't want that because it'll look really blurry. So I'm just going to select this face over here, hit A to select everything, and just scale it down like somewhere over here. That way we have a lot more room for our images to take over. I don't think this needs to be any bigger than something like this. If it becomes a little bit more pixelated, we can do that, fix that a little bit later. Okay, so let's turn on UV sync selection over here just so we can see everything. Let's just take all of these and scale them up just a little bit, like so. It's going to look a little bit messy, but that's totally okay. Cool, I don't want it too big because we want to, the smaller parts can have a lower amount of resolution or pixels inside, and they'll look fine. Now I want to go to material preview and just look at the ones that have the face over here, right, like these. So yeah, ideally it should be connected, but oh well, it doesn't really matter. So I'm gonna make these definitely a lot bigger on the texture. This might be a little bit too big for something that's small, but you know, oh well, it's fine. Actually, I also want this not to be blurry as well, so I'm just gonna scale that up as well. We probably could have scaled it up about the same as this one, you know, together, like so, but oh well, it doesn't really matter. Same thing over here. This is kind of small in texture, so I'm just gonna scale that up. It doesn't matter, the frame is taking less, but because it's a solid color, so it won't be as noticeable. I don't think this really needs to be much bigger than this either, but you know, better safe than sorry. Same thing over here. This is a pretty high resolution image, so I'm just gonna make that take up a lot. And then honestly, maybe I want to make this take up more texture density as well. And then since we have so much space, maybe increase that as well. And then here, this one, I also want to increase that as well. So maybe something like this. Okay, I think that should be okay. So if we hit A, now I have UV Packmaster to do all the work for me. And then, sorry, I accidentally hit pack off camera and lost the footage, but what I'm going to do now is turn on heuristic search and maybe set a search time of like 5 seconds, which sometimes gives better results. So, sorry, let me just and then I'm just going to hit pack, and you can see it'll do its magic, and that seems to be the 5-second search time, and you can see we used a lot of texture space, which is really, really nice. You can see that we do have a bunch of empty space here, which means we could probably add a lot more stuff, or if you wanted to, you can, you know, increase the scale of some of these other ones. You can totally go ahead, but I'm just going to be baking just like this. Again, yes, it's a really, really bad bake, but it should be good enough for us. So I'm going to go here, and since this is all joined together, we're going to come over here. Again, we want to turn off denoise in the renderer and use a compositor because this will cause the black lines along the seams. 256 is likely okay, but you can always come back and change that a little bit later. So now I can come over to Simple Bake. I have a setting preset that I typically use, which creates a 4K image. So you can create your own presets. That way you don't have to change it every single time. So I'm going to load my preset. And then with this object selected, if I hit period on my numpad key just to see what it is, you can see it's called plane. So I'm just going to call this floor, but I might probably change that later or whatever. And then let's just hit add, and it'll add to the bake objects. So we're doing cycles bake, combined bake everything, cool. And we want to turn off denoise, so let's turn that off. And then here you can see the texture settings here. I have it at 4096, 4096. I don't have a transparent background, so I'm going to uncheck that, and multiple objects to one set, cool. Technically, we actually only have one object now because we joined them together, which we didn't have to if you didn't want to. The reason I joined them together is just because it makes it a lot faster just to add one UV map than make several or like copy your UV maps. So that's why I just joined them together. But like in my previous video, you could have totally left them separate initially to bake as well. Cool, everything seems to be good. Now in export settings, export bakes. And then for the format, we want to do OpenEXR, which is a higher dynamic range image. Super, super cool, just like that. And then we'll convert it to like WebP a little bit later. And then here are some other options that I like to use. So copy objects and apply bakes, which means it'll duplicate this, put it in a new collection, and hook up our bake texture there so we don't have to do anything. And then it'll just hook it up into a mission shader, but if you want, you know, do principled BSDF, and we want to use our GPU, great. Foreground or background. Background means you can still use Blender and it'll take longer to bake. Foreground just means it'll, you know, maximize your CPU or GPU usage, but it'll cause your Blender to kind of lag, which you can still use Blender, but it's better just to do something else if you're doing foreground baking. So you can see it's so much faster than doing all the other manual stuff in Blender. And now I can just hit bake, and you can see it's creating that automatically, and it's going to be baking for us. So you can see just like that, you know, however long your computer takes to render your bake, you can see that we quickly validated, okay, this looks pretty good. And I probably overkilled how much texture space I needed for everything, but it looks good. And you can see what they did was create another collection with a duplicated floor underscore baked and hooked everything into a principled BSDF node, whereas my original floor is now hidden. So I always have that default there. So if I click on this and open the folder over here, you can see that it exported it into my folder /simplebakes, and there's my image texture right there, .exar, just like so. Okay, so same thing, just repeat the process with everything else. Again, over time you just develop your intuition, and if you overkill how many textures you need, that's totally fun as well. But again, we're going to do the same thing in the compositing tab, hit use nodes over here, Shift A, search for an image over here, just like so. Let's navigate to our symbol bakes over here, open that just like so. Disconnect this, let's hit mute, let's plug this in here, let's search for a denoise, like so. Plug that in. Again, this is our camera render over here. Let's open this up. Let's go to our output settings. Let's change this both to 4K, which is the same resolution as our image texture over here. And let's make sure to change our color space to the same color space as the image over here. And then we can just hit F12 and render that. Cool, it's done. We can just do image, save as, and I'm just going to save it as a PNG. We don't have alpha channel, let's just do RGB. Photos in Floor, that's a cool name. Let's just save it somewhere like so. So we can just navigate to the material that they created for us. Let's navigate to our let's go out one directory like so. Photos in Floor, open image, and let's do Alt-R to reload images. Let's go back into rendered view. And not much visually of a difference, which kind of makes sense. So yeah, very, very fast, you know, this whole thing. Obviously, it's going to depend on how good your computer is when it's baking. But yeah, you know, when you're rebaking, make sure to hide the symbol bake one, you know, disable it and everything, and re-show your original floor. This is because the baked one will not have the same material properties as your other ones. For example, if this is a little more reflective, then it will affect the lighting on your other objects that are being baked. So just to keep that in mind. And then of course, you know, like I said in the previous video, you know, things that you don't want to have shadows. For example, if you wanted to animate this, you know, make sure to disable that in render view when you're baking, for example, this floor over here, something like that. That way it won't have that black shadow over there. And of course, you know, for your objects like your light emitters, which I can't really see mine right now, you know, make sure you come over here and turn on enable and disable selection. And just disable the selection for them, like my computer screen and Mac screen, because I don't want them to take up portions of my image texture because I'm replacing them. I'm not going to be baking them. Same with my emitters. Here you can see I disabled the selection for them. So this way I don't accidentally select them and unwrap them as part of my baked textures. But other than that, yeah, just repeat the process. Very, very quick. And if you overkill on how many textures you need, that's totally okay. You know, we're just prioritizing speed rather than anything at the moment. But, you know, as you can see, very, very quick workflow, you know, just to get something out on the page. So I have everything done baking, and you can see that it's all out in my symbol bakes. So now everything that has the same texture that I won't be animating, I'm just going to join them together. So like these, for example, I'll just Control J join them, and then I'll just look at anything else that has the fourth texture set and just kind of just like see, you know, what I'm going to be animating and what I'm not going to be animating. So not the desk, so I'm just going to join that with here. Origin point doesn't really matter, honestly. That way I just minimize the amount of objects. And of course, if you baked something that you did join together, for example, these fans over here, let's say you actually want to animate the fan, well then yes, you can totally just select it. Sorry, let me just do something like this. Control L, select the entire rotating thing just like that. P separate by selection. And then this one will be, we can just call this fan, and then you can move that into your targets collection like so. And that way you have something to animate a little bit later. So nothing really new that I didn't do in my previous video. So just wanted to recap that. Okay, so I kind of just joined everything because most things are going to be static as according to their texture set. So all of these objects are static. I'm not going to be animating them or having any sort of hover effect or anything like that. So I joined them together as one single object, and all of them are mapping to the third texture set. If you have an alpha channel, make sure to hook up the alpha channel into the alpha principled BSDF. But again, that kind of depends on how you're going to export your model, which I kind of want to talk about right now. For this portfolio specifically, I exported multiple GLB files with multiple textures associated with each GLB file, or a single texture associated with that GLB file. Whereas for this one, I exported a single GLB file, but later attached the separate textures. So this was built into the model and exported that way, and then these were attached again. So when it comes to rapidly prototyping, it's like, okay, which method am I going to use? Well, honestly, it kind of really depends on your general intuition and like what will be faster in the long run for you. So if you want a more in-depth analysis, I go through a ton of different ways to export and compress your image textures and models, depending on your use case. So you have a lot of options, really a lot of options there. But what I like to do when I'm rapidly prototyping then is just immediately go for my largest texture into squish.app, because this to me is just the fastest method. So here you can see that my third texture set is 25 megabytes, and I just want to see how much quality per file size I can reduce straight off the bat. So here I'm just going to switch this to WebP, which is typically best quality, lowest other than basis textures. Let's preserve our transparent data. Let's increase the quality a little bit. So here 3.85 megabytes. So this kind of assumes that everything else is going to be below 3.85 megabytes. Just based off my intuition, then it's like, okay, I'm just going to export one single GLB. Yes, it'll be a higher initial load and might cause some issues later down the road, but if the entire model is under like 15, it'll probably be okay. So I'm just going to download it right here. You know, of course, you can always reduce it. And then, of course, you can use the slider. So on the left is before, on the right is after. You can see that, you know, it's definitely reducing some sort of quality over here, but, you know, it's not really too big of a deal. So I could probably reduce this just a little bit more. Cool. Again, we don't want to spend too much time here, and let's just download that. Then we have our other ones. We can just click and drag here. Honestly, if you want to play with the quality slider, you can totally do that, or you can just download it. So here you can see this one went from 19 to 524 kilobytes. So if I end up looking at all the conversions with, I spent less than 2 minutes converting them, you can see we have about 1 megabyte. So the total texture size is about 6 or 5 megabytes. I'm not going to bother adding it compared to the original ones, and the quality is pretty good. So now all we have to do is just replace that into our Blender files. So instead of the PNG ones that we had originally, we can use the WebP. So we can just search for third. This one's WebP, open image. Again, I know Blender also has their WebP conversion and also GLTFGSX. But again, I use Squish because it's just more visual. But again, it's really, really up to you and what approach you want to take. So if I go into material preview mode, you can see that I replaced all these with the WebPs. And of course, these use the same material, so they're automatically updated as well. So now we can just come over File, Export, GLTF. Remember, export settings, cool. Include selected objects, yes. Data, we don't really have anything. Material, maybe we can leave this at like 95 since we already compressed them. And again, you can see that they have the create WebP thing, but I haven't tried that. And yeah, we don't have anything else, so we should be able to go. Designerroom.glb, that's a good name. Let's just export that. Cool, so we can just quickly validate it. Okay, 30 megabytes, and that's because we didn't compress it. So if you come over here in GLTF report, you can just look, okay, yeah, we only have 4 textures, so we're not accidentally exporting anything. So just make sure you're not accidentally exporting anything there. And then we can just do the Draco compression now. So we just export that. You can see that the entire model with the textures is 6.671 megabytes. So not too terrible. A little bit large, but you know, not going to cause too many issues for us. So we can start coding, and typically what I do is I have a bunch of boilerplates that I just work off of rather than start from scratch every time. But since this is a intro to rapid prototyping course, I just want to, I guess I'll show you how to create one of my boilerplates. So most of my boilerplates use Vite just because it's very nice and low config and easy to set up for these kinds of projects. And then you can just navigate to whatever path you want, and then you can just copy this over here, just paste it like so. I'm going to assume you have a package manager installed and are familiar with those. I'm using Node.js, but you know, use whatever you want. And then here I'm just going to call it Home Office Portfolio, but you know, name it whatever you want. And then I'm just going to select React out of this list over here, and I'm just going to select default JavaScript. Now we can just enter that directory that they created us over here, portfolio. And then if you have VS Code installed, you can just do code dot and it'll open just like so. Now you can see we can just install all our dependencies, npm I. Cool, and you can see that there are some vulnerabilities. We can just honestly just ignore those. Those have been in for a while now. If you have a ton, you might have to upgrade your Node version to 20 or 18 above. This is not related to a Node issue for me, so I'm just going to ignore it. Now we can just do npm run dev, right? In the package.json, npm run dev, it'll run that Vite for us. And here you can see if we go to the browser, everything seems to be working. So next up, let's just start purging stuff. So I'm gonna delete this. Assets, I think I'm just gonna delete that. Let's go into app.jsx. Let's come over here. Usually I program a lot more zoomed out, so it's kind of hard to see everything. I'm just gonna close all these, get rid of everything, leave an empty caret. Get rid of this, Control X, we can get rid of that. App, that's cool. Index.css, again, we don't need anything here. I'm just gonna get rid of those. Main, we don't have to touch anything here. And same, we don't have to touch anything in here. So let's just Control C or Command C to get rid of that, and let's install our dependencies. So we're gonna need Three.js. So this is just a bunch of helpers. If you need a slower version of what each of these packages are doing, you can watch my Minecraft video where I talk about what each of these packages are and how to use them a lot more slower than I am doing in this video. And then we also need Three.js itself, and then at React-3, React -3/fiber. So I kind of just memorized these, but if you want, you can go to the documentation just to see how to install them. Seems like I made a misspelling here, and indeed I did. So let me just click that and go back up one, and then just type a C over here. Cool, this should be working now. Sweet. So if we go in our package.json, we can see React and everything is good to go. So like I said in my Minecraft video, since the 3D experience lives in the canvas, what I like to do is create this separation between our 3D and 2D worlds. And one way to do that is in our source folder, I'll create another one called experience. And this will kind of hold everything related to our 3D experience. And then in our experience, of course, we need our main experience.jsx file. And then I also like to split up the scene into its own file. So I'm going to do scene.jsx, scene.jsx. And since it's so tightly coupled with experience, I'm just going to leave it based in the same folder as well. So to create a really quick snippet, if you come into your extensions and search ES7 React Redux React Native /snippets sort of thing, you'll have a bunch of snippets that you can use. So you can just type RAFCE. And you can see I can just hit enter and it will automatically create that for me. And then I can do Control D to select the next instance of that and just make it an empty caret just like so. And then we can do the same thing for scene. So RAFCE, with that extension enabled, we have a scene now. And then I'm just going to get rid of this. So in our experience, it will hold the parent canvas. So here you can see just like so. That's all we need to do. So we can just grab our canvas. Let's just place that into experience. And a scene is going to hold all our models. So we don't want the suspense here. We'll just get rid of all of this, all there. Now we can just type scene. It should automatically import. Cool. We can just autofill it with enter. And I think I'm just going to create another folder here called models, like here. Okay, so now we can start loading our model actually. So let's come to public. Let's just create a new folder here called models. This holds our static models. Then let's just drag in our designer room here. I'm going to rename this to designer_room. And I'm just going to drag that into models. Like so. So our GUI is right here. Now we can just right click over here, copy path. Then we can go into our terminal, cd, navigate over here. We're in there. Then we do npx gltf.jsx. And then we want designer portfolio.glb or whatever you named it. Oh, seems like it didn't exist. And that's because I called it designer room. Sorry, not portfolio. Cool. And now you can see it converted everything to this over here. So we can just copy and paste this. Well, actually, we can just move this into models now. So we're just moving it like so. So here you can see /designer room. It's loading that for us. Let's go into our scene. So now here we can do our suspense tag like so. And let's go back to designer room and make sure we have an export default. So we just have it immediately. Let's go back to scene and let's just place our model here. So we'll just call it room like so. And let's just see import room from space / models / designer room. Then in our experience, we can just import our orbit controls. So we can use orbit controls from React 3.js. So orbit controls from React 3.js, just slap it in here somewhere like so. And sorry, this should be inside the canvas. Cool, and now we need to put our entire experience into our app.jsx, right? So here we should just be able to start typing experience. So let's do brackets, experience, cool, auto import, hit enter, and just close it like so. And let's just go back to our experience, make sure everything, yeah, I didn't import canvas, so we want to import canvas. So import canvas from React 3 Fiber like so. And then let's see, I think in designer room, I forgot to also, yeah. So let's just select this, Control-Shift-L, left arrow 1, and let's just type models / like so. It's editing the comment. Oh, well, it doesn't really matter. Cool. So if I go back, now you can see we have something over here, but the canvas is not taking up the whole width and height, which is totally okay. Actually, this is bothering me, so let's just get rid of that. So now what we can do is probably go into app.css and change everything so we can have the default. Let's just get rid of all this stuff over here. And let's just come over here. We'll do HTML and body as well. Let's just reset everything. So M0, you know, the defaults, P0, border box, box sizing, border box, right? You know, the drill. Let's do height 100%, width 100%, like so. Let's set overflow to hidden, just like so. So if I go back, now you can see that the canvas is taking up the whole thing. And you're like, okay, why is it doing that? Well, you know, React 3 Fiber is handling all of that for us. And here you can see how much faster it is rather than having to set up the resize function and all that kind of stuff. That's what it's doing behind the scenes, you know, for us, and saves us a bunch of time. Now we can't see anything because this is using a mesh standard material because we exported with principled BSDF, which will translate to a mesh standard material. If you want to validate that, you can come over here and just print it out. So here, console.log, maybe we'll just do nodes. Come over here, just open copy third and take a look at the material. You can see it's mesh standard material, which means we need a lighting source. So if you want, you can go into scene. You can just create a ambient light. So we'll just do ambient light. Like so. If I go back here, you can see, voila, we can start seeing our stuff because now we have a lighting source. But since this is baked, we don't need to use mesh standard material because we're not going to be reacting to lighting. So what we want to do is convert this to a mesh basic material. So what are we going to do? Are we going to code this manually? Absolutely not. We're going to use AI to help speed up the process. So you can see that's exactly what it did. I'm using ChatGPT. I don't typically use ChatGPT. Usually it gives worse responses than like Cloud and other ones. I know DeepSeek is also open source and free, but every time I use DeepSeek, it seems like the server is like overloading from all the traffic and it kind of breaks. So I'm just using ChatGPT because it's free. But here you can see the way that I prompt it. Okay, write me a utility function so it knows that, okay, they're probably going to export this function rather than put it in the same file. And then I want to convert all the materials in here, which I posted I just copy and pasted the entire code of the designer_room.jsx in here. Just for context, it's not that long, so it can handle it pretty well. And I tell them, okay, all my models are using image textures. And one of them has an alpha channel, which you can find if material.transparent is set to true. Remember when I exported the third texture set, this is the only one with an alpha channel. So if I recall correctly, yes, it's the only one with an alpha channel. We plugged in the alpha channel into the principled BSDF. So if I go back to console log over here and go and look at coffee third and go back into the material over here, if I look for the transparent property, you can see that it's set to true. Whereas for some of these other ones like fourth, I go into the material and I take a look at the transparency. You can see that it's set to false. Sorry, let me just zoom in here so you can actually take a look, but you can see transparent is false for this one. So here you can see if you already have Three.js knowledge, then you can prompt AI a lot better and a lot faster. It's okay if you don't know how to prompt AI at the moment, but over time you'll just develop it and you'll get faster at it. And then here I just give some extra context. The image textures live in .map. I feel like it already knows that, but I'm just giving it to that anyway. So if I scroll down here, and here you can see indeed it does export because I call it a utility function. So, generally those are in separate files. So in experience, we can create a utils folder for our utility functions for our experience. And then we can just copy this and we just can call this convert to basic.jsx like so. We can just paste that in here like so. And if we take a look at what it's doing, it's checking if the old material that we're passing in is an instance of mesh standard material. So kind of just like a safety check, we know that all of them are mesh standard, so we probably wouldn't have to type this out. But again, maybe later down the road, you don't have mesh standard material or you want to change this function to be a little more useful. So, really up to your use case. Not really a big deal that they're checking over here. It's just taking that old mesh standard materials map, setting it to the new mesh basic material. And then same thing with transparent, we're setting it to true. And then here they have a conditional here. So does this exist? Otherwise set it to false, which we actually don't need because it'll always be true or false. This one is good. So we're using a ternary operator. If transparent is set to true, then set it to the alpha test value of default of 0.55, which I put in my prompt. And if it's false, well, just set it to 0, no alpha test whatsoever. Then they're just returning a object of new materials. So we can go into designer room. And so we should be able to go back here now and just do const new materials. And we can just import that function. So I don't know what I called it. Convert materials to basic. Okay, they found it for us. Great. We don't have to do anything there. Let's pass in our materials. Actually, sorry, I don't want the default to be 0.55. I actually want it to be 0. So if this is true, we can just hard code 0.55. Otherwise, we can just set the alpha test value of the default like so. I don't actually know if this is good alpha test value or not. I'm just basing on previous stuff. So now instead of materials.max screen, they're using dot notation. We can just use new materials. So let's just select this with double click, Control D, Control D, Control D. Control D, Control D, Control D. Let's just get the next instances. Cool. And let's just paste new materials there. Okay, so let's go back to our scene. Let's get rid of the ambient light and everything should be fine. And yeah, so now we have something. So we can just create a GitHub repository now. So let's create, our home office portfolio repository just so we can deploy it. Like so. Create, that's cool. Create repository. Everything is fine. Let's do get init. Let's come back here. Control C, get init. Let's do over here, get remote add origin, like so. Let's paste that like so. Get add everything. Git commit -m yo, let's do this. Let's do this. And then git push, just like so. Whoops, we have to set upstream origin. Just like so, or you could have changed the branch and then it wouldn't have shown that error, but it doesn't matter. That worked for us. So looking pretty good. So just like usual, go into Vercel or whatever hosting, do project, and it will automatically find your latest one when you connect to your GitHub, your latest pushed one. So you can see it's right here. Import it. We don't have to touch anything. It'll find out everything for us. Really, really nice, which is why I like to use this workflow. Very, very fast. And we can just hit deploy. Cool. And now you can just visit this URL and now you can hand this off to your client. Of course, if you've identified issues beforehand, fix those up and re-upload the model and you'll be good to go. Again, very, very fast workflow. So far, probably about 7 or 8 hours of total work. And we've got something pretty good to show to the client already. Now, when you share this, you should highlight all the issues that you've already identified. That way they don't think you're completely crazy. Sometimes they won't even notice a lot of these changes, but it's always important just to establish your credibility. You can see that I kind of definitely have a lot of issues here. So for example, this one over here, my original wood texture is not showing. This isn't completely black though, which means it's probably not a normal issue. And if I go into Blender and turn on face orientation, you can see that yes, it's not a face orientation issue. So it's probably when I joined them and messed up the UV. So if I go into rendered view, yeah, it's messed up. So right now it's rendering with auto map. If I switch to UV, you can see, okay, now it works perfectly fine because I'm mapping the texture with the UV map. So auto map, you can see, is for the floor instead. So here you can see I joined these objects way too early, where I should have baked them separately and then joined them after. So here's one thing I have to fix. And then there's another issue like no bowl here, which it's supposed to be transparent. So that's probably because of the thing over here. So if I change that to 0.1 and go back to localhost, yeah, you can see that my bowl is there now. You also see that this area over here is a little bit pixelated, and that's because of our compression method, likely not because of our texture. So if I go back to my first texture set over here and zoom in, you can see that the pixelation is not because of this. It's actually because after we compressed it. So if I go over here, you can see very, very pixelated now. Yeah, so when you hand it off, just make sure to mention like, hey, I noticed that my bowl is invisible. I noticed this is supposed to be wood. I'll just make those fixes. Of course, you can always make those fixes and then send it to them. It's really kind of up to you at this point. I also say, now you have a boilerplate. So every time you want to just quickly show a model, you can just upload it to models, GLTF-JSX, and then put the file in models and then just import it into your scene, right? So this is technically already a boilerplate. You can just do git add, git commit, git push, and create a boilerplate from this code. So here is like a very, very basic and simple boilerplate that you can reuse anytime you want to quickly show a model with orbit controls. Let's set a default rotation and position. So what I'm going to do is just come over here and the use frame hook, and then we want to refer to the camera. So we'll just do const camera ref equals use ref. And then we'll just pass it in here so we can access it. Ref equals camera ref. And we can just grab the use frame up here, use frame. And again, use frame is like the request animation frame loop, like so. And then let's just console.log the camera ref .current .position. So the current reference of the camera position. And let's also do the rotation. So just shift alt down arrow to quickly copy lines. And then let's also make sure to import use ref. So let's just do come over here. Like so. So if I go back, then I forgot about this area over here. Hooks can only be used within the canvas component. So I need to shove this down into my scene, which is wrapped by the canvas over there. So we can just plug this in over here. And let's see if I can just type in use frame and see if it'll find it. Yeah, it will find it. Cool. So I'll just import it just like so. Let's grab that camera ref. So we'll just do camera. And I'm just going to name this camera. So I'm just going to call this camera.current.position. In experience, I'm going to pass down our camera. Let's put in our scene, and I'll just set camera equal to the camera ref. Camera ref, again, if you want to name it camera ref, it's really up to you there. But let's just make sure to save everything. Cool, so if I go back, okay, cool, our camera position and rotation. So let's just click and drag until we find something that we like. So maybe something like this looks pretty good. Really, really up to you. So I like this. So I'm just going to scroll up once and just open these up like so. For position, I'm just going to set that directly. So here we can just set this -5 4.5 and 5.3. This is a pretty good position. Let's just Control X, Control X, Control X. Two cursors with Alt, holding Alt, multi-cursor, Control X, just like so. Cool. Let's copy the Euler rotation as well and set the rotation equal to this as well, just like though. Control X, reformat like so. Cool. And then we don't need orbit controls anymore because, well, actually, let's just leave it there in case we need to revisit it. So now if I refresh the page, cool, we have our starting thing just like so. And yes, we can't move around anymore, but that's totally okay because we have something we like. Okay, so now it kind of just feels like an image because nothing's moving. So I want to add some slight rotation. If I move my mouse right and left, it rotates a little bit. So you can already know what we're going to do. We're going to normalize the coordinates. If I move my mouse to the right, it's going to be 1. If I move my mouse to the left, it's going to be -1. So you've seen this calculation several times. So we're going to be doing it for the X, and we might later need the Y. I actually haven't thought about it yet, but I'm just going to copy that for now. And then of course we need to create these functions. Now Canvas itself does have events that you can pass in, and that would work, but I don't like doing that just because it can get really messy. If you only have a few, like you can just, totally just put like on pointer move here and then update the reference that you're going to pass in on here on pointer move. So, not really a big deal if you want to do it that way. I don't know how many interactions we're going to get, but I'm just going to separate it out into a useEffect. So that's what I'm going to do. Let's add a useEffect up here. So in here, let's create a useEffect. Cool. Create that arrow function right there. And then in here, let's create a on pointer move function over here. Whoops, let's do const equals, const equals on pointer move equals. Let's grab that event object. We're going to need it, and let's just paste. Whoops, I don't have the raycaster thing. Let me just copy that from the documentation over here. Okay, so issue here. Oh, whoops, I don't. This should be const on pointer move. Cool. And of course, we need to create this. So let's just do const pointer ref equals useRef, and we're going to refer to an object this time, and it'll just be an object of x0, y0, right? Our x and y coordinates, pointer ref, and let's just control D, select the next instance, replace there, and then here we have event, so I'm just going to control D and replace that with E. Then of course we need to add this, so window.add event listener. We're going to do the pointer move, and then we just want to pass in our pointer on function like so. Then let's have that cleanup function, so return equals just in case. Let's do this, and window, whoops, why am I typing that out? We should just copy and paste. Copy over there, control X, and let's change this remove event listener. Okay, let's pass this down into our scene now. So let's come over to our scene. Let's just do pointer ref equals, maybe I should call it pointer, I don't know, whatever, I just call it pointer ref, like so. Let's go into scene, let's grab the pointer ref. I probably should have copied and pasted to save some time. Well, let's just comment these out. We might need that a little bit later. So let's just do it. Const target rotation equals our pointer ref, like so, dot current reference of that object, dot x. And let's just do math.pi for now. Again, we're going from -1 to 1. So that means we're rotating about -180 to 180 degrees. So I only want to do like, maybe we can do 90. So I'm just going to multiply by 0.5. And then we need the rotation reference for our entire thing. So what we're going to do is create that right now. So I'm just going to do const rotation ref. Well, let's call it group rotation ref. And I'm going to set that equal to useRef, and it's just going to be a 0. It's just going to be a number here. Let's create our group so we don't have to individually do each one unless you need that for some reason, but we're just going to group here. Let's create that. Let's just cut this, paste it down here, and let's come over here and create a group ref so we can access it. So let's do group ref, and we'll just do const group ref equals useRef. Just an empty object there. Okay, so now we can use the group rotation ref to the current instance of it and use the 3.mathUtils. MathUtils, which comes in with 3, let's see, lerp, and we want to pass in our current one. So let's just copy that over here. Our current X rotation, right? And then we want to go to our target rotation. And let's just set a 0.1 linear interpolation factor like so. And let's import everything as 3. So as 3. Let's also make sure to now just put useRef in import from React. And then of course, last but not least, we need to set the group ref.current.rotation of the group. It's Y because Y is going up and down, equals to the group rotation ref like so. dot current, which is just X. So it would be more clear if we named this like X or Y, but oh well, it doesn't really matter. Okay, and now this use frame is going to trigger before our stuff is done loading, so we need a guard clause just to prevent a error from being thrown. So if not group ref, like so, we can just return it, which means it doesn't exist yet. And sorry, this should be dot current. So let's see. Now it's still not working, and that's because probably something is broken somewhere. So let's just console.log our pointer ref just to see that it's changing. Let's see, pointer ref. Pointer ref is changing. Current is, okay, yeah, whoops. I'm updating the X and Y coordinate rather than current. So this should be current.x and Y. It's just creating the X and Y for me because I'm attaching it with dot notation. So I want to do the actual current over here, sorry. So this should work now. Yeah, so 90-degree rotation feels a little bit too much. So maybe we want 45 degrees. That way we don't see the corner. So we can just do that with 2.5, right? Cool. And now you can see we don't have any of, we don't see the back by accident or anything. And maybe 45 is like a little bit too angled to the left. So honestly, it seems like this is kind of awkward a little bit. So you have a lot of options here. You could probably slow it down, or I'm just gonna make it really small actually, maybe like 0.02 honestly. Yeah, so very, very subtle. I don't want it, you know, too jarring and whatnot. And I might change this a little bit later, but you know, this is a good start for now. From now, there's a lot of different avenues that we can take, but I think what I want to do is add some interaction to the floor, like some sort of grid, so when I hover over it, it'll like light up a grid tile or something like that. Oh, also, I guess if your floor is not joined with your other objects and it's like a separate mesh itself, you could just adjust the position here rather than re-exporting in Blender. But I joined mine with the photo frames as well, so moving this down would also move down the photo frames, and I didn't want that, so I had to go back in Blender and re-export. But if your floor is separate, you could just change it right here. So what I'm going to do is come back into Blender, and I think for the floor here, I might just GZ and move it like so there's like a small gap between the floor and if you can really see, and then in between the floor and the bottom over there I'm going to have a overlaying instance mesh grid of planes in Three.js. And yes, there will be a gap there, but because that area is black, people actually can't tell that it's a little bit increased. So that's kind of a really nice thing. Even if you turn to max brightness, it'll be hard to tell. So we have that small little gap there that we can shove in a bunch of overlaying planes. You know, don't make it too big, otherwise it'll start being noticeable. But here you can see it's not going to be noticeable. If you wanted to, you could probably, let me just shift deduplicate this P separated by, whoops, P separated by selection. If you wanted to, you could, it'll be worse for performance rather than using instance mesh. But instead of moving like the floor down, you could actually like use the floor itself. So you just come over here and subdivide it a bunch of times like so. And then once you get like a grid you like, you can just use these tiles instead. Now, obviously you're adding a lot more geometry here and a lot lines. So assuming your house is like in the center of it, what I would do is probably select something like, let's just do Control Shift. That's 4x4, something like this, P separated by selection. And then you don't need all of these stuff over here. So you could probably like get away with just deleting some. Again, I think I overkilled the baking, so you could like delete these faces and then Control X just to quickly get rid of all the extra geometry. Yes, you're creating n-gons, but again, visually it doesn't really change anything. Same thing with this one. So you need tiles here, so you just do like Alt-M and faces by edges, and then P separate by loose parts. And now you can see each of these are their own tile, so you could index between these as well. So this is less performant than instance mesh, but I feel like it would be faster to implement. So if you need to cut corners, you could totally just do it this way. I'm not going to be doing it this way because I want to use the instance mesh way. Again, I know we're rapidly prototyping, so that would be faster, but I know I'm going to come back and do it this way anyway, so I'm just going to do it right the first time. So that's super cool. So now we can just select my first thing again, and I'm just going to file and export that GLTF. Okay, so same thing, I just did npm gltf JSX. So this time we can just copy paste this into my dark first, which is the glb file that I have. So we can just place that over here, and then we can just I'll delete my dark first over here, and I'll rename this to dark_first. And let's change all the materials, Control D to new materials as well. Cool, and you can see everything is working and the plane is slightly below now. And it's very, very hard to tell that there's a small little gap there. Okay, so the first thing we're going to need is definitely so I'm gonna create a new one and I'm just gonna call it components. And this will be our grid planes. So I'm gonna create grid planes.jsx and I'm just gonna RAFCE just like here, like so. Cool, let's Control D and get rid of that. And then going back into scene, all we have to do is import our grid planes. So let's just do grid planes. Hopefully it finds it. Cool, it does. You can just hit enter and it'll automatically import. Okay, so when it comes to instance meshing, it's not terrible. If you look at, this is the reference that I'm looking at. It's in Three.js examples if you search for instancing. It's not terrible, right? You can see, well, they have length, width, and height, which is why they have 3 for loops. So we just need like 2 for loops. And then create an instance mesh, and then we also have the raycaster and everything, and then it'll just get the instance ID, and here it just checks if that instance ID, if it's white, set it to a random color, which is what's happening over here. But the concern I have using this method is not because it will be less performant, it's just like, I don't know yet if I should go for this approach and keep all the raycaster logic here because I don't actually know what I'm going to do in the future because maybe I want my raycaster somewhere else. Like, if you had a project plan, you would kind of know how to make the decision straight on the... But because I have no idea what I'm actually going to do for this portfolio, because I'm just, like, prototyping it as we go, I'm actually going to avoid instancing just because I don't have enough planes that it would start causing performance issues, even on lower-end devices. So, yes, instancing would definitely be a better, more performant approach, but I don't want to spend, time refactoring that code later down the road if we don't need to. And the logic is pretty much the same. So even if we refactored that to instance later, it wouldn't really be that much of a big deal. Okay, so what we definitely need in scene is some rows and columns. So we can actually just leave these as props. So I'm just gonna make it about equal probably. That would make 100 squares. I don't think that's terrible. And then we need like a plane width and height. So plane width, I don't know, we can just like set it at something like 3. And then I guess it's technically the plane height, but it's also the plane depth because we're doing on X and Z is typically associated with depth. So I'll just call it plane depth and I'll set that equal to 3. And then I don't actually know if I want the grid to have spacing, 0 spacing or no spacing, but like between the grid lines themselves. But I'm just gonna leave that as a prop anyway, and I'm just gonna set that to 0 for now. Wait, actually, let's just hold Alt for 5 cursors, Shift Alt, right arrow, Control C, and let's just put I would grab all those now, and then let's just put commas over here. Cool. Okay, so let's get the grid width and height. So what we can do here then is let's just come over here and let's do const grid width. Grid width equals columns equals col. Well, actually, I don't like col. Let's call this columns. Let's call this rows. Sorry, I'm picky. Sorry, rows and columns. Let's do Control D, columns. This makes more sense. So the width of the entire grid is just going to be the number of columns multiplied by the plane width. So right now we're keeping it a square, so it doesn't really matter, but we'll just use plane width. And then of course we need to factor in the spacing, so we'll add the spacing. And then the last one in the grid width will also have a spacing, so we can just get rid of that. So we'll just subtract spacing at the end. Cool. So basically, if I go into Blender and just visualize that, basically what we're doing is the grid width is going to be all of these. Now in Three.js, we're adding that spacing, so we're just subtracting that extra spacing over here. But for each single one, right, we're multiplying it by the thing itself and then the spacing. So that's what we're doing there. So we're going to do that same with the depth as well. So we'll just call this depth, and then we'll just take it multiplied by the plane depth instead. And then now we need to center the grid plane width, the center of the plane width divided by 2, and subtract that from the grid width. Whoops, subtract that from the grid width divided by 2, like so. And then same thing for the Z. Cool. And then let's just highlight width and change this to depth instead. Okay, so just to help you visualize this formula while we're let's just ignore this part for first and just focus purely on minus grid width and grid depth. So when you create a plane in Three.js and you don't give it any position, the center origin point of the first plane, or the plane you created, it's just going to be at 0, 0, right? So then we have a for loop, so it's creating rows and columns, kind of like so. So this is kind of what it'll look like, you know, whatever direction that was in positive, I don't actually know, but just assume it's in the positive directions. So here, these are planes that I just have here that are the half width of the grid, entire grid. So you can see they span 5 blocks just for there. So the first thing we need to do in order to center the grid is do gx and move it subtracting here. So this could be the depth or width, it doesn't really matter. So we're subtracting half of the grid depth or grid width. Either one you can visualize yourself. And then we need to subtract the other one. So if we subtracted width here, then we subtract depth over here. It's 5 as well here. And now you can see that the grid is not centered yet. It's actually centered into one of these planes. What's a little bit off because I didn't move it accurately, but it's kind of like this. So in order to put it truly into the center, which is right over here, we're going to add half of the plane width and half of the plane depth, right? So if I just draw this real quick, in order to get here, we add this. So when we add that, what is that? That's gx. Let's align over there. gy, add over there. And now you can see our center point. Well, sorry, I'm just not moving it accurately. But you get the point. So now the grid is centered across the 0, 0 origin. Of course, you might have to play with your offset if your room isn't correctly at 0, 0, or you want a little bit more of an offset. You know, you can just play around with that as well. But this mathematical calculation will center the grid around 0, 0. Okay, so let's create our plane. So I don't know if I want to make a separate component if we're ever going to reuse it. So I'm just going to leave it in this one as well. So const plane, and the plane, we need a position for the plane, so we're going to grab that. And then we also need its width and depth, which we're getting from the scene, which is prop drilling into grid planes. So we'll grab it from grid planes itself. Grid planes will create the array of planes and pass that in for us. So we can just call this plane depth and plane width as well. I think in order to hover something and make it fade back, you could use GSAP, but I'm just going to use linear interpolation with use frame hook. So in order to use frame, you know, it's going to trigger sometimes before other things load. So we want to do the same thing we did earlier. We need this use ref here just to refer to this and make sure it exists before we do the use frame thing. Otherwise, it'll throw an error. And then we need a hovered state for each plane. So if it's hovered, you know, set hovered or and whatnot, and by default everything's going to be false. So let's just use state, shift alt down arrow. We also need to set the opacity of each plane. So we'll do opacity and then set opacity, and we're going to leave that by default as all opacities start at 0. Now since we're creating several planes, we only want to create the material once. So we can use memo for that. So const material, and we'll just use memo just from React. And let's create that arrow function like so. Put that empty dependency array so it's only running once. And I think I want to create a mesh standard material for the emissive property. That way it's guaranteed always to be bright. I feel like mesh basic material would be fine as well, but we can always change that, so it's not really a big deal. So I'm gonna do new 3.mesh standard material. Standard material, and I'm gonna shift alt down arrow scheisse. I need the comma, and then I want it to be see-through so we can still see the floor. So we need transparent set to true, transparent, set that to true, and then opacity, we can start all the materials opacity starting at 0. Actually, let's leave it at 1, so once I add it, we can actually see something. So let's do the use frame stuff later, and let's just make sure we have something. So let's do return, and we need to create a mesh. And we need a geometry for that mesh, so let's do plane, like so. And then it needs a width and height, so let's do args equals plane width, cool, just like so. And whoops, I forgot to close this. Okay, cool. Now we just need to create our array of planes. So let's do that over here. We'll just do const planes equals an array. And then I'm just going to group all of them. So I'm just going to do group that we're going to return after the for loop. So let's create our for loop for let row. Let's just shift alt down arrow, add that right bracket there. Let's control D, and just change this to column. And then we already have our positions. We did all the calculations. So const X, and then this will just be the depth. Cool, like so. And then now we can just do planes.push, the planes that we created. So we need a position for it. Let's see what my position here is, -0.14. So we can probably arbitrarily guess some other value, maybe like 125. So it's like slightly above the plane. Again, I'm joined with the objects itself, so that might not be the bottom of the plane, but it doesn't matter. We can just manually change that later. And then we already have X, and then we already have Z, so nothing really special here. And of course we need the plane width. Plane depth equals plane depth. And then plane width, plane width. Here we can just type PW, plane width, it'll find it for us. Great. And then since we have so many, we should give it a key. So I'm just gonna do key. Whoa, column, yeah, right here, like so. And whoops, sorry, this should be column as well. Whoops. Okay, and let's also make sure to import useRef, like so. And let's also import all, like so. Okay, so all of them are upright here and messed up, and that's because mesh itself, I didn't update the mesh, so let's do equal to the position. I can't believe I forgot this stuff. And then we need to rotate it 90 degrees, so rotation. And then I didn't use the material either, so we need to set the material for it. So material equals material, like so. And let's see, okay, this means the for loop is incorrect. And it's probably because, yeah, sorry, this should be row, not column. Cool, so now we have all our grid stuff. Cool, so now we can start the opacity at 0. So we'll just do on pointer move, and we'll just set that, they'll use our set hovered thing, and we'll just set that to true. And let's see over here, set hovered, and we'll just set that to false. And then let's just change this to on pointer out, like so. Okay, now we can use our use frame hook. So let's just type use frame. Let's see if it imports for us. Cool, it does. And again, we want to check, so if mesh ref, so we need to get the guard clause here and just do exclamation mark. So to linearly interpolate, we need the target. So let's do cards, target, opacity, and then we can just set the opacity like so. And we'll use the 3.math utils meshref, and then meshref.current, .material, .opacity equals the opacity that's being linearly interpolated. And then we can also shift down arrow and adjust the emissive intensity as it's being hovered. So emissive intensity, is it being hovered? So is it hovered? If it is, set it to like, I don't know, 1.5. Otherwise, set it back to like the default of 0.8. Well, since it's going to be 0.8 actually doesn't really matter anymore. Okay, yeah, so if it's not hovered, then we need to set it back to 0. Sorry, I don't know what I'm doing. So this should be 0.8. If it's hovered, let's set opacity to 0.8. Otherwise, let's set it back to 0. It's probably because, yeah, okay, I didn't even give, sorry. This should be mesh ref right here, like so. And it's still not working, and that's probably because of the material. Let's see. Yeah, so we can just get rid of this if you want to do it this way. Or instead, you can just return the new one. I'm just going to do return there. Cool, so now if I go back, we have the effect that we're looking for. All right, so if this is a little bit too fast and you wanted the trail to go a little bit longer, what we can do is adjust the lerp factor. So we can have another one here called const lerp factor. And if it's hovered, we'll make it fast, so 0.1. And then if it's not, we'll make it a little bit slower, so we can do like 0.03 or something like that. So when we're unhovering it, the lerp factor is significantly slower, which means it'll take a longer time to opacity out. Whereas when we hover over it, it's going to opacity in a lot quicker. And now you can see we have this pretty sweet effect. I really like how, you know, when it goes back over here, you can like it kind of adds a little bit of depth to your scene. Okay, so before we move on, I just want to highlight that you will see these new imports in scene.jsx. And all it is just another room that I split up into 4 GLB files. So if I go back over here with orbit controls, you can see that it's right over here. So let me go back to experience and comment that out again like we had originally. And if I go in Blender, you can see all I did was I just created another room over here and exported it in 4 different GLB files. Again, if you just have one GLB file, like one for this entire thing, one for this entire thing, that's totally okay as well. I just split it up because some of them needed different compression methods and it was just easier to manage multiple. But again, if yours is small enough and convenient enough just to do one, that's totally fine as well. Okay, so since I'm in Blender, now what I want to do is create some sort of cubes and objects that when I hover over it, it'll expand. So you could also do this in Three.js, but I just find it easier to do it in Blender. And, you know, performance-wise, it's probably better in Three.js, but I'm just going to be doing it directly in Blender just because it speeds up time a lot. So let's just go into solid view for this. And what I'm going to do is probably add some sort of cube like this. This will be our hitbox. So wherever we want to hover and click, this is going to be where in the camera, when we hover over this or when we click on it, this is going to be our interaction hitbox. Again, you can come over to properties and then go into viewport display and change it to bounds if that helps a little bit. And then you can just create a bounds for your hitbox. And you don't want it to go into the floor. Not that it completely matters, but because this will be invisible, but you know, try and get something a little bit accurate. Now I want to also create some sort of object that will expand, that will look like some sort of digital interface sort of thing. So what I'm going to do is make sure, right click, set origin to geometry, make sure the origin point is in the center of the hitbox, go into edit mode, just select any one of the corners, Shift S, cursor to selected, right over here, go back out, and this time let's add another cube and let's just scale it down. Something really small, or you know, whatever look you kind of want to give it. So maybe something like this. Okay, now let's go into local view and just select the edge faces so it acts like some sort of corner. And let's go out of local view for this. Then let's just do Alt E, extrude individual faces. And I don't know, give it something like that. And then you can just do Alt S just to rescale it if you want, something like that. And now what we can do is give it a mirror modifier like so. Select this object right here, make sure that's your hitbox, and then we want to turn it on X and the Z as well. So this sort of thing here and here, I think what I'm going to do is have another hitbox, and I don't want to scale those, sorry, I just want to scale this one, GY. So hopefully when I hover over here, it'll be okay. Okay, so there's my new hitbox for this area as well. Okay, now I'm just going to select these, which are a little bit messed up. Actually, let's select this first, and let's do Shift S, cursor to selected. And now let's select this thing over here. And let's do it in object mode, Shift S, selection to cursor. Cool, and it'll just snap just like so. Okay, so make sure to apply all your modifiers. Again, you can just do that with F3, convert to mesh real quick. So I added one over here, and one over here. And for the hitboxes, I named them something like design_work_hitbox. And then for the corners, I just named it hitbox as well, but also _anim. Again, it doesn't really matter, but those are the names that I did it. And you don't have to worry about materials. We're just going to create a material in Three.js. Also, before you export, I just want to say wherever your origin point is, it's going to be that scaling area, right? So if you want it to scale from the center, you can adjust it there. I'm just going to keep all of them at the centers. So I'm just going to right click and set origin to geometry. That way when I scale, you know, I scale from like here. So same process, I put the GLBs into Draco compression through GLTF report, and then used npx gltf JSX to create the JSX files, and then I just imported them into scene, so you can see I have light targets and dark targets here. So same process as our other GLB files. Great, and now you can see it's over there. Okay, let's install GSAP for the animation. So I'm going to do npm I GSAP, and the first thing I want to do is set all the anims scale to 0. So I'm just going to put over here, I'll just do scale equals like so. Then we need to import useRef to refer to those later. So we have useRef, and let's create those right now. So I'll do const about ref, and I'll do useRef, and let's just call it animref like so. Shift Alt down arrow, and then I want to call this one devwork animref like so. Let's just double click, hold Alt, double click, Control C. Let's hold Alt and select over 2, hit enter, ref equals, and then just paste it in there, and then we'll have devwork over here and about animref just like that. Then let's create a new mesh basic material of color of white. And then for both of these, let's just set the material equal to the white material instead. And for the hitboxes, let's set their visible property to false so we don't see them. Okay, and then let's just import everything as 3 from 3. So now if I go back, I don't see anything because the hitboxes aren't visible and the scale for the other things are 0, 0, 0. Okay, now we can create pairs. So essentially when we hover over this, we're pairing it with the animating object. So let's just do const animation pairs. I'll give it a key. So this one, I'll just call it about hitbox, about_hitbox. This value is just going to be the about animref over here like so. And whoops, I forgot to have brackets here. And same thing, Shift Alt down arrow, let's just copy over here, and let's just call this devwork hitbox. And now we can create our handle hover. Okay, so same with our grid that we did earlier. where you can use the built-in events that React 3 Fiber gives us for these meshes. So for the hitboxes, we can come over here and do onPointerOver equals a function that we haven't created yet, but we'll do in a little bit, like so. And I'll just call it onHover, and we want to pass in the key, so about hitbox, like so. And then we want to determine if it will be scaling up or back to 0 with GSAP using a ternary operator. So on pointer-over, we're going to set it to scaling up true. So we can do true, whereas when we're going off, we're going to set it to false. So now we can just do Shift-Alt-Down arrow, and then set this to false. And then on pointer over, and on pointer over can be on pointer out. And then for about over here, we can just change that to dev_work. So let's create our const on hover, the key that we pass in from animation pairs. So I'm going to call that key. Then we could call it is, well, technically you're actually hovering it. So we can call it is hovering. And then we can get the anim object. So we'll just do const anim object equal animation pairs, like so. Pass in the key, and then we can use GSAP. So let's import GSAP from GSAP, and then we'll just do GSAP2 anim object dot ref dot current dot scale, like so. So again, we're getting the anim object, which is this object right here, and then we're just targeting the ref, which is dot ref. And since it's actually the ref itself, we'll just do dot current, so the current instance of the ref, and then we'll check is hovering. If we are hovering, set the scale to 1. Otherwise, set it to 0. Same thing for the Y and Z. And then let's just do duration of like 0.5. And now if you go back, you can see that as I hover over here, it's going to expand that just like so. Super, super cool. However, it's not working for this other one, which means we have an error somewhere. And that's because I have the ref on this object instead of the one that should be animating. I also updated the functions so that the cursor is pointer when I'm hovering over it, and then it goes back to auto, so you can see that signifies that you can click on it. Okay, the next thing I want to do is have like a slide in sort of thing. So like I said, I like to keep my 3D worlds in experience and then everything else in my HTML stuff in source. So I'm going to create another folder here called components. And this will be our HTML sort of components like that. So I'm going to call this a side panel, sidepanel.jsx, refce those just like so. Let's get rid of this parent div like so. And I'm going to update everything to SCSS like I did in my previous videos. So I'm going to change this to app.css. I'm going to change this to index.scss. And then in our imports, I'm going to change this to SCSS. And I'm going to change this one to index.scss as well. And then we need to install it, so I'll just npm install and then just do sass. Cool, then let's do np run dev again. And then in components, let's create side panel dot SCSS, and let's import that in here. So we'll just come over here, import ./sidepanel.scss, like so. Okay, in our side panel, we definitely want a side panel container. Then we can have an inner side panel wrapper, like so. And then outside, we also have like a overlay. So we can just put that here. If you want to create a separate component for the overlay, you totally can, but I'm just going to put it as part of the side panel. So if you imagine this is our screen right now, we have a side panel like this, and then an inner side panel. I think I also want a header, so I'll have a wrapper for the header, maybe an exit button over here, and then content. So very simple. So we have content wrappers over here, and then a header wrapper over here, and then maybe a flexbox wrapper across the content. Okay, so I'll do side panel content, and then I'll do side panel header. It might be able just to do H1 straight off the bat. I don't know if we need another wrapper, but that'll just depend on how you want to style it. Then we can have an H2, and we can just call this, let's call this main header, and then we can call this subheader. Doesn't really matter. And I'm just going to temporarily put title here, and then for the H2, I'll just do title here as well. And actually, I think just for the content, we might as well just pass it in as a prop. You can organize this however you want. It doesn't really matter, but I'll just do content like so. And this will just be a JavaScript string literal probably that we pass in from our model component. So the structure might not be quote unquote the best for like a larger project, but for us, there's nothing particularly wrong with this. And I think we need a few other props. Sorry, I forgot the brackets. So we also want to check if it's open. So is open, we want to translate it. And on close, we can also check for that as well. So we'll go back to the two states. And then for our side panel, I think we can also put our close button here. So I'll do button.close button right here, like so. And I'm just going to temporarily put exit in here. Let's go to side panel.scss and let's just create our side panel right now. So we want position fixed so it doesn't move anywhere, like so. And then we'll do top 0. And let's just do right 0 so it's positioned to the right. Maybe we'll set the width temporarily at like 40% and the height to 100 port of the viewport height so it spans the whole height. Background color, we can just set this to something really noticeable and change it later. So I'm just going to put it at aqua so it's really noticeable. Let's set its z index to like 100 so it's in front of everything. Okay, let's import this temporarily into our app.jsx just to see how it looks. So let's just do side panel. Hopefully it finds it. Yes, it does. Super cool. And here you can see our side panel right here. Okay, so right now I said I like to split up my 3D and 2D worlds, but since we're making a simple application, right now if we keep the state of the side panel open and close in the app level component, so this is like the highest thing, that means we'd have to pass the state into experience, and then, you know, based on the state the experience can react to it. Maybe we want to like disable something over here based on the open and close state, but then we might have to pass that into the scene because something in the scene, for example this rotation, we might not want to rotate on mouse move based on the panel open. And then we would also have to, in the scene, you know, pass it down into our dark targets. So in that sense, we're kind of prop drilling because we have 4 levels of drilling in there, and experience or scene might not actually have anything that needs to use that. We just have to drill it down until we get into our child component, which is our dark targets. That would be considered prop drilling. Of course, we only have a fairly simple application, so it's not bad if we leave the state up here. Now, if you wanted to reduce the amount of prop drilling, if you know your experience has nothing that relates to that, then you could just put it into your scene.jsx. That way you would only have one, right? You would have it at the state at this level, in the scene level, and then one down into, and then you would pass that as a prop into the target over here. Additionally, if you don't need it in scene or experience, you could just leave all that functionality in dark targets.jsx itself, including the side panel, like part of, you know, right over here, you could just put the side panel, right? The downside with putting the side panel either in the scene or the experience or the dark targets is because I like to have a clear separation of concerns. Like the experience just works with 3D stuff rather than 2D stuff. Now, when you're going for quick projects, there are a lot of times where I just put the HTML sort of stuff in the experience or part of the scene or part of the child component itself. But I think in this case, I'm not going to. The other issue is when you put the side panel in here as part of the model, semantically or just like when you're intuitively thinking about it, this is kind of just related to the objects themselves rather than DOM element content, if that makes sense. So we can have like a separation of concerns this way. Otherwise, you know, maybe you put the components over here into the experience components. You know, it's really up to you how you want to form your intuition in development. So I'm kind of giving you multiple options here, and there are times where if I'm just like rapidly prototyping and just want something out, yeah, I'll just leave it in the child component. Like it might not be the best practice, but it's probably the fastest way to get something on the page. And then you can always just like readjust it later. So for this project, I'm just going to use a global state management, just like Zustand, which I used in my Minecraft video. You know, this way we don't have to deal with prop drilling because honestly, I don't know if experience or scene will react to it. And even if it does, we have a global state to refer to anyway. So instead of going like app and experience and scene, right, and all that, we just have Zustand over here. And then our targets, all that prop drilling for the side panel, we just have Zustand over here, and then all this stuff just points over here rather than this prop drilling. So let's just copy that and install that. And then I think in source, I'm going to create another folder here, and I'm going to call that stores. And inside stores, I'm going to call that UI stores, and I'm just going to make it a JS file. In order to create a store, we can just copy and paste this. Yeah, so basically we have the state here that doesn't change until all our components that refer to this store will call one of these functions, and then it'll just update, set the state to the new state. So this one is just going to take the current state and add 1 to it. So every time a component calls this one, it's going to 1, 2, 3, so on and so forth, so on and so forth. And then if a component calls remove all bears, it's just going to set the state back to bears equals 0. So we don't want that. We want Boolean values. So is panel open? Is panel open? We're going to set that to false. We also want to show the panel content. So I'll just call that panel content, and we'll just set that to null, initial state. And then now we need two functions to call to update the states of these, right? On button click, we open the panel, so we change that. So let's do open panel. And then in order to open the panel's content, we are going to need some sort of key, right? Because if we click on about me, they'll have the about me key. So we'll display the about me content. And if we pick on work, then we want to display the work content. So that will just be our hitbox key that we created. And we just do the same syntax that they had. And then here we want to take the state is panel open, and we want to set that to true. And then we want to set the panel content equal to, so we might as well, you can get it back from an API if you want to, but I'm just going to hard code a JSON file right now. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to do data. And what I'm going to do is probably just make a JSON file, panel content.json. So, you know, it's kind of like simulating an API request. And in here, I'll just create an object. And then we want our key. So I call it about hitbox key, or, you know, name it whatever you want. And then we have the title content. So we'll pass in a title into side panel. So instead of using HTML content, we'll just pass on JSON stuff and use like JSON about hitbox.title and things like that. So I'll just change that letter. It's not a really big deal. So we'll just do title about me, and then we can make it really simple, and then content, something like this, not really a big deal. And then we can also shift alt down arrow and just make another one here. And we can call this dev_work hitbox. And then we can just call this dev work. And let's just put 2 over here. So now when we click on our targets, we're going to pass in the hitbox key of open panel and trigger this. So panel content, and we'll get it from hitbox key. And unfortunately, it didn't find it. So let's import it. We can do import panel content, go back one directory. Let's go to data and let's do panel content.json. And then we can just go back and just do close panel. So let's just come over here and do close panel. And I don't think we have to reset the panel content. We might animate it later, or I don't think we have to set it to null here, because if we close it, it'll become null and disappear before it closes. So we'll touch that. We'll deal with that a little bit later, I think. And then here we don't need the hitbox key. We just set it back to false. We just set the state back to is back to false. And then instead of use bear store, let's just change this to use UI store. Okay, let's go to sidepanel.scss and let's just do transform and translate x 100%, so it's completely off the screen like so. Let's go back to side panel, and then we no longer need any props here because we're grabbing it from the store instead. So let's just deconstruct from the UI store. So what do we have? We have is panel open. So we want is panel open. I forgot the other ones already. Then of course we also want open panel, and close panel as well. And we're going to grab that from use UI store. So hopefully they find it for us. Unfortunately, they don't. That's totally okay because we can just import it ourselves. So import stores/UI store. Okay, so now we can just animate it with GSAP. So let's also import GSAP from GSAP. Well, first, in order to use GSAP, we need to be able to target this. So let's use a useRef. So let's come over here, useRef const panel ref equals new ref, and we'll just set it to a null node. And then we can just set it over here, ref equals like so, panel ref. And we want that useEffect that I was talking about to run every time is panel open state changes. So the useEffect dependency array will have this, and it'll update every single time that changes. So let's do useEffect. Let's just check if the is panel is open. If it's true, then I want to play the open animation so it becomes open. So we'll just do panel ref.current, which is just the HTML element, and its X translation, we're just going to set it to 0. And then maybe we can just try duration of 0.5. And then if is panel is not open, no, we want to play the close animation. So let's just set it back to 100%. So this time we're going to need a string just like this. And of course we want to run this every single time the is panel open changes. So we're going to attach that, is panel open as part of the dependency array. And actually we don't need open panel. What we need instead is our panel content. So let's copy that and put this in here instead. What we're going to do is do on click, and we're going to set it equal to that close panel function in our store, which again will update is panel open in the store, and then this useEffect will trigger, and then it'll play the exit animation. And now for, I guess, the panel content. And then for the panel content, since we have a header, we might as well just do h1 panel header. Inside here, we'll just do panel content, and we'll just do dot title. Okay, we'll just do dot title, and then you could probably name this wrapper, I don't know, whatever, doesn't really matter. And then this one can be like panel content description or something, doesn't really matter, you can always change the names later. Panel content, and we'll just do that dot content. Sweet. Now we need to on click activate that, so let's go into our dark targets over here, and we also want to import the store. So let's come over here and import use UI store from dot slash, go back one more, go back out again. There we are in stores, and then UI store like so. And then all we need here is just open store. So let's just come back here and copy this into dark targets. Right over here is fine. And this time we need open panel. So open panel. Okay, and then for all the hovering ones, we can just add an on click over here. So on click equals like so. We'll just do open panel like so. And we'll pass in the ID, so about hitbox. And then the next one with the hover as well. This time we're just going to pass in dev work hitbox. Now because this is so repetitive, and if you want it to be scalable, you can take these IDs into a separate file, but I'm just gonna hard code it in dark targets because our application isn't that complex. And now that I just realized it, I did not have the right import from inside panel. We need to also do that. So let's just copy this over here, import use UI store over here, and let's just go back a directory, stores, UI store like so. And then in UI store, I also forgot to export this. So let's export this as well. Let's save all our files. Okay, let's refresh the page. And side panel does not exist. And that's because this should not be new ref. This should just be use ref. I don't know why I did use, probably because Three.js always uses new. So if I go back, it says side panel reading title does not exist. So what that likely means is this is rendering without panel content being there first. So what we can do is just do some conditional rendering here. So if panel content exists, then we can also just return that JSX. So let's do that like here. Let's just move this inside that over there. So if panel content doesn't exist, we're not even going to check this and. If it does exist, then we're just going to print this as well. All right, and now if I go back, it should work. Cool, we have an about me, hit exit. Then we have dev work, super cool. Wow, this is really nice, actually. Okay, now I want to create a button that goes from the light room to the dark room. So what I'm going to do is come over here, and maybe we can be a little more organized and create like a side panel folder and just move that in there and update those imports. And if your VS Code does not update your imports accurately or properly, just make sure to update that. And then I think we'll have multiple buttons, so I'll make a buttons folder. But again, if you just want to leave everything components and don't want to deal with folders and everything like that, that's totally fine as well. I think I want an audio button probably. I don't know yet, but I'll create that folder. Let's select that, and I definitely want a room toggle button. So this will toggle between the different kinds of rooms. Okay, and I think I'm just gonna copy this into room toggle button. And what I'm gonna do is just F2, and I'll call this room toggle button. And let's just Control C and F2, Control V, and here as well. Cool, and let's just get rid of all this stuff in side panel. Then let's highlight this, Control Shift L to select all the instances, room toggle button like so. Then we can get rid of all this stuff and just do hi, hello world. Let's come to room toggle button, and let's just do left 0. Let's just change this to hi. And then in app.jsx, let's just import the room toggle button. So room toggle button, cool, just like so. Let's make sure to update this, go back one directory. Cool, and here you can see we have our room toggle button. Okay, let's actually change this to a button, and let's just call this toggle button, and I'll just temporarily put switch. And then in room toggle as CSS, let's get rid of the translate. Let's just get rid of the height and the width. And then for the left, maybe we can do like 20%, and from the top, maybe 20%. And let's change the class name to toggle button, just like so. And let's just get rid of the background color. And that seems a little bit, so let's just do like 5. And let's also do cursor pointer. Sweet. And now it's like that. Okay, so now let's find a new position, rotation, and zoom for our second room to go for once we hit the button. So I'm going to come back here and reinstantiate orbit controls. And also in scene.jsx, where we had those console logs, I'm going to undo those. Actually, I don't think I'm going to change the rotation at all. I'm just going to change the position and possibly the zoom. But if you want to change the rotation, you can totally do that as well. So the downside is orbit controls is overriding our default rotation. So I'm just going to arbitrarily guess. This is kind of what it looked like initially. And then I'm just going to right click and pan to my new room to find a new position. So somewhere arbitrarily like here is pretty good. So I'm going to Control-Shift-I and I'm just going to mouse wheel up once and I'm going to copy the new position over here, and the zoom, I actually don't want to touch that, so I'm going to leave it at 125. So if you want, you can put it in another file, but I think I'm just going to jam it in Experience, and this will just be our 2 camera positions. So I'm going to do const camera positions. Again, if you want a separate file, totally go for it. And for the Lightroom, we just create a Lightroom key. We'll just post this. Whoops, actually, sorry, let's do position first. There's multiple ways you can store this. If you want to do a new vector 3, you can do an array. It's really up to you. I think an array might be a little bit smaller than a 3 vector 3, but don't quote me on that. So if you want to do a new 3, I think I did this earlier, so we might as well just make it a new 3 vector 3 and just pass it in there. But you know, if you want to use an array or something else, or like an object itself, you can totally go for that. And let's get rid of that. And then for the darkroom, we also need a darkroom, even though we have it as default. We can just leave it, it's going to be right here. Actually, position is an array, so maybe we should leave it as an array here as well. Honestly, it doesn't really matter. Cool, and let's just change this to dark. So again, kind of just like the target thing, we're going to update a store variable and a Zustand. So let's come over here and just call it toggle room store. But call it whatever you want, not really a big deal. And on click of the button, we're going to update the store, and then the experience will have a useEffect in the dependency array listening to that toggle room store, and it will update accordingly. So let's just copy and paste from our other store right here into our toggle room store. And instead of is panel open, we can just do, I don't know, like is darkroom, and we'll set that to true because it starts with darkroom. And then we can just have one function here called set darkroom. And then whatever value we pass in here, which will be a Boolean value of true or false, we're just going to set that is darkroom back to whatever that is. So I'll just call it value, and I'll just do value. It'll be a Boolean value. So maybe we can just do Boolean value. By the way, if you have multiple rooms, let me get rid of this. If you have multiple rooms, you don't have to use a Boolean. You can use like a string, and then this will be like a key of strings, right? I only have 2 rooms, so I'm just using a toggle back and forth sort of thing. And let's just get rid of this extra import as well. So really simple. Let's go back into our toggle room button right over here. Instead of import, use UI store. Oh, sorry, I forgot to. Let's alt back arrow. We want to change this to use UI toggle room store. Cool, like so. Let's just copy and paste that. Let's go back to room toggle button just like this. Let's paste this right here. And instead of UI store, we're going to do toggle room store like so. You already know the drill. We're just going to deconstruct those. So is a darkroom like so. And well, set darkroom. And we're going to get that from use toggle room store just like so. Then we can have a function called const handle toggle. We're going to use that function set darkroom to update the state to the opposite of whatever it currently is. So if it's true, it's going to set it to false. If it's false, it's going to set it to true. We're passing it into our Boolean value right here and setting up that global state. And now we can just come over here and slap on that onClick function, that handle toggle that we just created there. Cool, now we can go to experience.jsx and let's import that store. So we called it import use room toggle store like so. Okay, they found it this time. Great. So let's copy and paste that. Let's just do const, and we want is darkroom. We grab it from use toggle room store. Let's copy and paste this useEffect so we don't have to waste our time typing it again. Let's get rid of this. Let's put in the dependency array. Of course, we need is darkroom. Every time that updates, we're gonna run this function. So let's find our const target position. So let's just store it like so. And we're going to set that based on is it dark or not. So is it darkroom? Well, then we're going to do camera position. Well, so let's change this to camera positions. Camera positions. camera positions, and then we want to do the darkroom, so dot dark and dot position like so. Otherwise, we want to do the light one, so let's just copy and paste that, save some time there, and let's just do that to light. So if it's darkroom, get the dark position. Cool. Now we have our target position. Okay, so let's import GSAP from GSAP. So import GSAP from GSAP, just like so. Let's come back down here. Okay, so let's just quickly do GSAP.to, and we're going to take the camera ref, the reference to the camera that we created earlier. Make sure that is on your orthographic camera or whatever camera you're using. And we're going to take that current reference of the camera. We're going to take the position of that current reference of the camera, and we're just going to set its X, the target position.x. And let's shift alt down arrow, save some time, highlight this, control D, let's do Y, let's highlight this, control D, do Z like so. And let's make sure to come up all the way at the top here and do import all as 3 from 3, just like so. If I go back, we have cannot read properties of undefined reading position, and that's because the useEffect is likely running before this exists first. So all we have to do is just have a guard clause here. If camera.current does not exist, whoops, sorry, let's do camera ref. Then we just return and don't execute anything below. And of course, in order for it to work, let's get rid of our orbit controls. And if I go back, indeed, when I hit switch, you know, it's going to switch between rooms. Oh, I want to play like a sequential amounts of animations. So I'm just going to do const t1 and create a new gsap.timeline like so. And I'm just going to use t1 instead here. So let's just copy and paste this. And I think I want to change possibly the zoom first. So let's change the zoom, and whoops, let's use method chaining. Let's add that dot over there. And actually, no, we have to use just the reference itself and not dot zoom. We're just going to target here instead, dot zoom, because the object of zoom is already attached to this component. Whereas here, you have to target the object dot position in order to get the XYZ. So just something like here. And then maybe we can set the zoom out to like 90. And then since we're adjusting the zoom, we have to update the camera projection matrix. So what we can do is on update, a callback function that GSAP provides automatically for us. We can do camera ref update projection matrix update. So I'll zoom out, then go to our target position, and then I want it to zoom back in after we go to the target position. So let's just do .2 again, and then the zoom, let's just copy and paste this. So right over here, let's get rid of this. We can set this back to 125, like here. Actually, I think zooming might be a little bit too much. Let's just do it like a little bit. Yeah, so like a slight zoom out and then zoom in. If you want to, you can play with the timings and the easings until you get something that you like. If you're noticing that your plane is not large enough, you can simply just extrude it outwards in Blender and re-export it, or you can just set the scene background to a different color to help mask it. But for me, I don't have that issue. I feel like on a wider screen monitor, I might have that issue, but I'm just going to ignore it for now. But that's something to take into consideration if you want. But yeah, if you want, just check the code to see what sort of animation I'm doing. But at least now we have something a little more unique. Okay, now I want to add some debouncing because I don't want to be able to click this while I'm going in there. Now you could use a simple flag, but I want to bring this up into the global state variable as well, just because my other things like this over here, when I click switch, right now it stays up here, but if we have it in the global state, then the side panel can also react to that as well. Of course, you can also keep this state at the experience level, but since we're already using a store, we might as well just use the store anyway. So let's go back to toggle room store and let's create, oh, okay, we already have an extra one here that we don't need called panel content. Now to is transitioning, but it's going to be false. We need another function to set if it's transitioning or not. So let's do set transitioning, let's just make sure we spelled that correctly. And same thing, we can just pass in the Boolean value over here and let's make sure is transitioning, just like so. So let's go back in room toggle button. Let's just paste that is transitioning. And if it's not transitioning, that means we can set the new dark room. It is transitioning, we're not going to execute anything here. You could also just use a return guard statement without the exclamation mark instead if you wanted to. And if you want to double whammy it, you can put like a disabled state here equals set to is transitioning. So if it's transitioning, it means it's true. That means disabled is set to true. I don't think we actually need that because we already have this guard clause here. But if you really want to double whammy it up, you can totally do that. Or if you want to change based on disabled state like styles and things like that, you can totally go for it. You know, same thing with the class name as well. You know, based on the transitioning state, you can add or remove a class, or you know, a lot of options there, but I'm not going to really bother with that at the moment. And then in experience, I think we will also need is transitioning, and we also need to set is transitioning. So let's just make sure I'm spelling these right. So set transitioning and is transitioning. Cool. Like so. So let's just copy this, and when it plays over here, we're just gonna set that to true. Then you can either put the onComplete callback function as a default into T1 itself, or you can just put it at the end of the timeline here after this final tween plays. I'm just gonna put it as a default rather than at the end of the timeline, but you can also just tack this on as well. So I'm just gonna put it in onComplete callback function over here. Once this timeline is done playing, set is transitioning, or set transitioning back to false. Oh, sorry. It makes more sense if I do set is transitioning, because typically what we like to do is keep the setters and the name the same, just in camel case. So let's change this to set is transitioning all the way through. Over here, let's go back to toggle room store, set is transitioning like so. And now if I go back, you can see I'm spam clicking it, but it's not playing anymore until the transitioning is complete and the store is updated. Super, super cool. Just some really, really nice and quick debouncing. Okay, so if you do have a panel open here, if you have a modal overlay over the switch button, it means that you force them to close this before they can switch. And that would actually be a perfectly logical user flow if you wanted to as well. And honestly, I think I was going to go for that. But if you did want to close it as you hit the switch button, it's actually really simple because we have this close panel function already. So all we have to do is call that and it'll reset the state. And then this useEffect will trigger. If you wanted to, you could use another useEffect and listen to is transitioning state, but you could alternatively, just cause close panel from useUIStore, which will trigger this anyway. So just to prove that, if you put in import useUIStore into this button over here, we can just paste it in here, and we can go back one directory out, and let's just copy and paste close panel from room toggle panel. Let's just grab it over here. And we just want close panel. And then honestly, we can just call close panel right in here, just like so. Now you can see if I open this and hit switch, it'll close the panel just like so. So that's really, really simple way to handle that edge case if you want to. If you want to close the panel and then transition, you could also do that as well. So you have a lot of options. But honestly, I'm going to have an overlay over the switch button, so they have to close the panel in order to be able to switch. But, handle your edge cases however you want to handle them. Okay, now what we need to do is move the grid planes over here, so we can also have that same effect. And we also need to update it so this room is going to be rotating. So how are we going to do that? Well, we could create another set of grid planes and another group right over there, but that might reduce performance a little bit too much because that'll be 200 planes, because right now I have 10 by 10, so that'd be 200 planes. That might be okay, but what if we just take the group of planes over here and move the position over into the new position? Now that might be a little bit tricky because right now it's part of the group, so it has this rotation effect on it, but I feel like we can figure it out. Okay, so let's create two group refs. So we can do a light group ref. So we can do light group ref and one for the dark group. So we can come over here and do dark group ref. And let's just put them inside the group here. So this one will be dark group ref, and let's also wrap this in a group like here. And let's set this ref equal to the light group ref, like so. Okay, now we can just move grid planes out of the group and by itself. So we have things like that. And let's have a ref here to grid planes. So we need to create a grid planes ref as well. Grid planes ref. Let's create that up here. Shift Alt down arrow, come over here, paste just like so. Okay, so we should be able to just Shift Alt down arrow here. Instead of group ref, we do these. So let's hold Alt and double click all these. Hold Alt and double click these. Three cursors, just paste like so. And instead of our guard clause doing this, let's do all of them. Light group ref, like so. Or light group ref, or does not, or if the grid planes ref does not exist either. So if I go back, you can see that there is nothing printing out, even though we have console logs in use frame, and nothing is rotating. So that suggests that somewhere in our guard clause, one of these is never going to execute, or sorry, one of them doesn't exist, and it's likely the grid planes ref. So since it's an imported component, we're actually technically passing this in as a prop. So we could put this in grid planes as a child component prop, or we could leave it in a group So if we pass it down, we would go into grid planes, grab the ref, return, we would put the ref equal to the ref over here. And now you can see if I rotate, it is rotating just like so. If I go to switch, you can see this is also rotating. But now we have an issue here because the origin it's rotating around is 0, 0, 0, 0, and this is over here, so it's like a farther edge of a circle that it's rotating around, which looks a little bit weird. So just to prove that, if I console.log the late group ref, like so, and let's get rid of these other console logs, we don't need them anymore. And sorry, I want the current instance of it, and I want the position of it. So I'll do position, like so. Take a look, it's only pointing 0, 0, 0. So the group's origin is at 0, 0, 0, which makes sense, which is why it's rotating like this. So in order to fix that, we set the group's position to the room position, but there'll be another issue, but we'll just do that first part. So the way to do that is you could probably calculate the center bounding box of position for all your ones by taking the average of it, or using, I think Three.js also has like a box that you can wrap around them and then calculate the center with a built-in function, or you could manually average the x and y as well. Sorry, x and z, not the y coordinate. Or you can just pick one of them and just hope that it works out. So for example, my light underscored third is the walls and the floor. So I feel like this will have a decent enough centered point. So I'm just gonna copy this and I'm gonna go into scene. And what I'm going to do is come over here and store that in a variable const. And I'll just call it Lightroom, create a new 3.vector3. I'll just slap that in there. Then we can set the group equal to the Lightroom position. So we come over here, equal to the Lightroom position. You can see we can't see anything. I don't know if you caught a small glimpse of it, but it's over there. So why does that make sense? So we're moving the entire group, which means all the positions are now relative to that group rather than the world origin. This now is like 24 more. So this would be like 48 from the origin because we already have another 24 added from the group itself. So all we have to do then is just subtract this from the offsetted position. So let's just come over here, and for these we just come over here, position, and this time we want an array, and we just want it to set to the negative of the Lightroom position, and this will center everything back around this right here. So all we have to do is negative Lightroom position.x, negative Lightroom position.y, and negative Lightroom position.z, just like so. And then we can just copy this for all of the other ones as well. Cursors like so, paste just like so. You can see that it's working and we have that rotation around there. You might have to play a little bit with your positioning, you know, if you need to, but for us, it seems to work fairly well and no change is necessary. Again, the reason I'm using a group is because I split my GLB file into multiple objects and it's just easier to work with groups. I could also independently set the rotation to each of these and I feel like that would work. But if you have a single file with a single position, you could just set the rotation stuff to that specific one rather than having a group. So if you just have one sort of Lightroom, you could just do it without all this complicated stuff. But yeah, I kind of had to go for this approach. Okay, now all we have to do is move the grid planes. So we can just do that, I guess, in scene, and we're going to need a useEffect that responds to the state change, right? So let's do useEffect. And we should just be able to have isDarkRoom, but instead of typing that out ourselves, let's just come over to room toggle. So use toggle room store, and then one more cursor, let's double click use toggle room store. Let's come over into scene. Let's just alt one cursor here, alt one cursor here, paste it just like so. Save it like so. And then we'll just do .. Okay, and I don't know if we need isTransitioning, we might, but we definitely need isDarkRoom. And our useEffect, we can just put it over here. We want to listen when isDarkRoom is changed. We want to go to a new position. So that means we also need the darkroom position. If you have multiple rooms and multiple positions, you might want to consider using an object. But since this is already here, I might as well just shift alt up arrow and change it here. But it's really up to you and how you want to organize things. Typically, when you're going through different positions, it's typically more semantically correct to put it into an object together or widely used, just like we did in experience here. You can see we put the camera positions here rather than separate variables, but honestly, it's really not a big deal for us. So I'm just going to highlight these. I'm going to set that at 0, 0, 0. So in this useEffect, it's going to trigger runs. So just let's add that a good clause right now, grid planes ref. If it does not exist, if grid planes does not exist, we can just return. I don't know if we need is transitioning guard clause here because the button itself is already disabled. So there's no way is transitioning is going to debounce in here. So now we can just do another const target position equals, is it a dark room? Is it on the dark room? If it is, just get dark room group position over here. Otherwise, just do the light room position. Whoops, this should be a colon. Sweet. Now we don't need a timeline here. I don't think so. So I'm just gonna do gsap.to. I'm gonna take the grid planes, the current instance of that, and the position. We're gonna set its x to the target position.x, shift y, z, then some commas here. And of course, let's not forget to import GSAP from GSAP, so I'm just going to copy and paste that. Okay, now let's go into grid planes, and let's also listen to is darkroom or not to set the color. Okay, so let's just copy this, and now we need to set the color of the planes. So let's go into our grid planes.jsx, and let's just copy and paste this over here. And let's just come over here and import. We found it for us. And now we just need a useEffect. Every time is darkroom changes, we update the material color and emissive properties. So let's come over here and do useEffect just like so. In the dependency array, we just want to put is darkroom. Every time that changes is going to run. Again, we also have this guard clause for the use frame, but let's also put it in the useEffect because it will run once. Okay, so let's grab the mesh ref current material. So I'm just going to put that in a variable. You don't have to, but I will. Const material equals mesh ref. Whoops. Dot current dot of the mesh. Again, those are the meshes that we returned over here. So we're just referring to these. And then let's create a new target color. So const target color. If it's a dark room, is dark room. We want to set it to white. So hashtag FFF. Otherwise, we're going to set it to black or whatever color you want to do it. And then let's just create an RGB object color from that. So it's just easier to access when we're working with GSAP. So we'll just do target color obj and we'll just do new 3 and we'll make it from the target color. So we'll convert the hex value into RGB values ranging from 0 to 1. Do you have to do this? No, honestly, it's really optional. If you want to convert it to numbers yourself or divide by 255, you can totally do that. But I'm just going to be working with values between 0 and 1 just because this is 0 and this is 1. So just because this is 0 and this is 1, but it's really up to you and how you want to format it. Anyway, we'll just do gsap.to. We'll take the material of the mesh, its color object, and we're going to set it to our new target color objects. So we'll set the R channel to the target color object .r, Shift Alt down arrow, and same with the RGB channels as well. So if you don't know what it looks like, you can go into the Three.js documents here. You can see it creates a 3 color, and then the color has a RGB, and they are going to be ranging by 0 to 1 by default. And we also want to do it for the material's emissive property as well, so we can just copy this and set it like so. Okay, let's see what we have. Properties undefined reading position. This is probably just an undefined thing again. Yeah, okay, so the guard clause here, it should be the current, not the unknown grid. So let's go back into scene. This should just be .current itself. So now if I go back, you can see that I can't actually tell if it's moving really quickly. So what we can do is actually add a delay here equal to so by default, the duration is 1 second if you don't set anything. So let's set a delay here to see if the emissive goes to 0 first or changes color and then changes position. Because right now it's switching positions as soon as we click the button. So let's just make a bunch of grids over here, hit switch. You can see it fades out and then comes back. It's pretty cool. Okay, now the issue I'm seeing here is that it's not showing over here, and that's probably because our positioning is messed up. And yeah, indeed it is. I copied the room position, but we only need the x and z coordinate. The y coordinate is not important there because both planes are at the same level. So now if I go back, you can see we have switch and it moves over here kind of like that. Okay, so I don't think I actually like this sliding sort of thing where you can still see it slide. Maybe you like that effect, but I think I'm going to get rid of it. So there's a few ways to fix this. We could probably adjust the delay and duration of things and the easings of things. But I feel like the easiest thing to do is just adjust our lerp thing to go out, during the duration of the time itself. So let's go into, I can't find it, so I'm just going to Control P and search for grid planes. So what we can do is just adjust the lerp factor. Remember, on the wave fading out, it's 0.03, which is very slow, whereas on hover, it's 0.1, which is faster. So we can just adjust this based on the is transitioning state. So if we're transitioning, if is transitioning, we can set our loop factor equal to like 0.3 or something like that, to like 0.3, and then of course we need to change this to a let variable. So here you can see now it fades out really quickly, and we don't see a sliding animation. Now we still see a sliding animation because while it's sliding, our cursor is still hovering over some of them, so it gives that sort of effect as we slide over. So in order to prevent that, again, we can just use is transitioning over here, and if is transitioning, we'll just do return. So now if I go back, you can see that if I have it, I hit switch, it fades all out, and my hover doesn't play until is transitioning is set back to true. Again, we put that in the other timeline with the camera positions. So super cool. We kind of have that sort of, it's a little bit cleaner. But again, if you want the sliding effect, or if you want to add some sort of cool effect to it instead, that's totally up to you, but this is kind of just the direction that I'm going for. Now, if you want to centralize everything, because right now it's kind of scattered over the place, we have, I guess, a timeline in scene, a timeline in experience, and then also a timeline in grid planes. Well, actually, this isn't really a timeline that needs to be in a parent hierarchy, so it's not too bad. If you wanted to make something a little more centralized, you probably could, but for us, it's not too much of a big deal. Cool. So now what I want to do is make everything responsive, because right now, everything is not responsive. If I go into, it might be okay up until about 915 pixels or tablet view. And typically, I think 768 is associated with mobile view. So I think that's the breakpoint I'm going to be using. And actually, it kind of seems like if you look at the pixels up there, it kind of does seem to break there. I may make it a little bit larger though. Kind of really up to you how many breakpoints you want. If you wanted to, you could do some mathematical calculations to adjust the zoom according to the width and make it responsive. I'm just going to go for a more adaptive approach, so have solid breakpoints rather than having things scale according to mathematics. So you can have like 3 breakpoints. I think I'm just gonna have 1, and it'll be around, honestly, 768 seems valid. And then when it comes to horizontal, I don't feel like we will have to change much here, so I'm not going to really bother with that. So how do we handle this? Okay, so how do we handle this difference in experience between our mobile and our desktop? Well, when it comes to styles with CSS or SCSS or whatever, it just comes to immediate queries. But we also want to change animations, like the GSAP animations for those queries. So we're going to need some sort of way to determine that. And since it's propagating to our experience as well as our HTML, 2D site and our quote-unquote 3D experience, then we might as well just leave all that stuff in a global store at the app level. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to come into the store, and I'll create a use adaptive store. Actually, I'm just going to call it responsive, even though it's not responsive, just because that's like the lingo these days. Okay, so let's just copy in from our other rooms so we don't have to waste our time typing stuff out. Call this use responsive store. And I feel like we need a Boolean value called isMobile. So if it's mobile, and instead of setting a explicit state value, I think we'll return a Boolean here, just window.innerWidth, and I'm just gonna set it at 768. So 768, just like so. Now, we might need screen width and height as well. I don't actually know, but we might as well. I don't know if we're ever going to reference this, but maybe later down the road. And then screen height, we might as well just have this as well. And let's just do window.innerHeight. Sorry, this should be width. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, okay, cool. And now we just need to update these. So this is actually the same as the resize function. This is just instantiating once, but then we want to call it every time the window resizes. So let's just paste this in here. And then we don't need any sort of function. Sorry, we don't need any sort of parameters there. Oh, and it's not formatting because I'm missing a comma up here. Cool, and set is transitioning. Let's just do set. We could call it set responsive store, but I think I'm just gonna call it update dimensions here because that's literally what we're doing. So update dimensions. Now, if you want to put the resize function listener in here, you could probably do that, but I'm just gonna put it in the app. So let's import this store. I'm gonna import use responsive store like so, and we want to grab the update dimensions over here, update dimensions, and we'll grab that from use responsive store like so. Now let's just grab useEffect from React so we don't have to type it up. or any other area, just like so. All right, so let's do our useEffect. So we just want window.add event listener, resize event listener. So whenever the browser resizes, we trigger this event. What is it going to be? We're going to call that update functions, and over here it's going to call this on every time we resize. And then just for best practices, let's return, a cleanup function when the component unmounts. But this is on our app, so not going to happen, but whatever, just for best practices. And just to validate this, what we can do is console.log is mobile, so we might as well just check. And we can just console.log is mobile over here. So if I go back and resize, we're getting false, and then now we're getting true because we're lower than 768. So that means it's true. This is mobile, and then when it hits the breakpoint, it's no longer mobile, so it's set to false. Great, everything is working, so let's just get rid of that console log. All right, let's get rid of this. Yeah, so now we can start anywhere. We could start with the sign panel. What do you guys think? Oh, sorry, this is a video. Maybe we just start with experience. So I feel like you already have a general intuition of what we're going to do. We're going to use a useEffect that listens to is mobile, and every time this updates, we're going to put that in the dependency array, and it'll trigger a update. So let's just do use responsive store like so. Let's just control X to save that. We want to do const deconstruct is mobile like so, and just grid it like so. Let's copy that useEffect, just slap it over here. So let's set some zoom values, because right now we have the zoom 110, the zoom 130, and also the default zoom of 130 as well. So let's make sure to set that as well. So let's just do const zoom values, just like so, equals an object here. And I'll call this default because we have one for animation and then one just for the default zoom itself. So I'm just going to do is mobile. Is it mobile? If it is, maybe we can try and set the zoom to 90. Otherwise, we're going to leave it at 130, which is what we have as for the desktop at the moment. And then same with the animation. So for the animation, we have it at 110. So maybe we can do like is mobile. We'll have the animation at like 75, and then we'll leave it at 110. I don't actually know, but we'll try. Okay, so now we just have a useEffect here. And in our dependency array, we want to do is mobile, right? Just like so. And then we want to make sure we also have this right here, so it doesn't throw an error. We can get our camera ref, which is pointing to our orthographic camera. For an instance of it, the zoom value of that, and set it to zoom values. Whoops. Zoom values.default. And we need to update the projection matrix. So just like so, .update projection matrix. Okay, so now we can go to, we might as well just move this to our other useEffect or vice versa, but just for organizational purposes. And now we also need to update the zoom values, right? So where are the zoom values? Let's actually just move this down over here like so. And let's do zoom values dot default. And then same thing with animation, like so. And let's just copy this. Okay, now come to our animations. And here we can just do zoom.default. Well, sorry, let me check. Oh no, sorry, zoom values.animation. That's what I called it. Sorry, I just woke up. And then this one is going to be zoom values.default. Cool. Because we don't have to listen to is mobile here, because these are being updated by our other useEffect, which is listening to is mobile. And if we trigger this on every is mobile, it's going to run the GSAP timeline. So we don't want that happening. If you wanted to update the target position on is mobile or not as well, you can also just do that through another useEffect rather than this one itself. Cool. And then of course, lastly, what we need to do is come down here and put zoom values.default as well. And cool, you can see as soon as I hit 768, that breakpoint is changing the zoom. So here you can see we have a few issues. First, on mobile devices, like over here, the zoom is not ideal. So if you wanted to, you could add another breakpoint here. But honestly, very few people have screens this small, or resize the browser this small, or have tablets. So I'm just going to be lazy and just adjust the zoom so it's a little bit smaller. Okay, so instead of 90, maybe we can set these at like 80 by default, like so. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Okay, now there's also this issue down here on the bottom. Our plane is being hit by the camera itself. So what we can do is just move the camera out. And what that means is we need to have a different position and rotation when we're on mobile view. We do have a camera positions.lark.position like here. So we already have this. We can just add it over here. Okay, so there's a few ways you can organize this. I think I'm just gonna go for a ternary operator again, but if you want to like desktop position, mobile position, so on and so forth, that would be probably perfectly valid as well. You might need an extra variable or so, but I'm just gonna go for a ternary operator. And the thing is, we also have to update the camera rotation as well. So if you want to, you can just like camera positions and rotations, or you can create a separate object. Honestly, that's really up to you. I think I'm just gonna slap it into one object, but if you want to split it up, you know, totally go for it. And I'm just gonna come over here, and then this one will be rotation. And whoops, I should have double cursored so I don't have to copy twice. And then rotations are not vector 3s, they're going to be Eulers. So I'll change this to 3 Euler. Cool. And now we just have to instantiate our orbit controls again. So let's come over here and get a new position on mobile. But first, we need to go back into scene and uncomment all that stuff so we can grab it from the console. So just to help visualize what is happening, we could add a camera helper and view it that way in Three.js, but that would just take extra time. But in Blender, you can imagine orthographic cameras looking like this, and what it's seeing is like a complete box, you know, just from here, right? A complete rectangle, you can just imagine like so. So since this is over here, it's clipping off that bottom over there. So all we have to do is just move our camera over here, so it sees more of the bottom plane there. And since orthographic camera, everything looks the same distance, so even if we move it back up here, it's going to appear the exact same. Just make sure not to change the camera zoom, but we will see more of this bottom plane over here. All right, so that means we can pan a little bit to the right and then a little bit up, and then we can go back and look at our thing. And it'll look like it's the same distance, but it won't be because we're going to be significantly farther. Again, don't use your middle mouse button, don't change the zoom. You can see my zoom is still at 80. And now here you can see I'm far away and I'm just getting something there. And here you can see I have a much farther position than before, and the rotation is effectively very similar to the desktop one as well. But you know, if you want to adjust for that, you can as well, but I'm going to do that just in case. So, and I'm just going to paste it somewhere. You can put it in a separate file, it doesn't really matter. And let's go back out and let's do the same thing for the Lightroom as well. So, well, actually, now that I think about it, since our rotation is effectively the same, and our position is going to be just farther away, there's actually no reason to have a separate desktop and mobile version for the position or the rotation. We can just set the position to the farther one by default because it'll look the same on mobile or desktop, right? So here you can see it's farther away, but it looks the same. If you want to do a separate one, I'll just say it's kind of the same idea. You just have a useEffect that updates the rotation and position. You know, it's exactly the same thing we did with the zoom. Sorry, let me just get rid of this. I wasn't really thinking. And we can comment this out in case we need it again. Let's go back to our experience. Wait, actually, sorry. Now that I think about it, we don't even need to copy the position either. The new position, we can just multiply this by a scalar value, and it will automatically have effectively the same thing we're doing, just moving it farther away. So we don't actually need to copy a new thing at all. Sorry, I don't know. I wasn't really thinking. So since we already have this initial position, honestly, if you already had a farther away initial position, you might not even have to do the step that we're doing. But I do because I accidentally put them too close. So we can just do multiply scalar, and maybe we can try like 1.5. So I'll multiply each of these values by 1.5. And actually, we don't have to multiply scalar for this one because I actually set it really far, as you can see over here, and it wasn't causing any clipping issues. So sorry, let's get rid of that as well. Now the issue is, you can see on the bottom here, it's showing that clipping. And then when I hit, sorry, let me hit switch. Then I hit switch again. You can see that clipping on the bottom is gone and we see that plane. So the reason that's happening is because we didn't set our default camera position. So we can just come over here and just multiply all of these by 1.5 like so. Now if I refresh the page, you can see that it's perfectly fine and everything seems to be working. Now I think the multiply scalar itself is adjusting the Y a little bit too much. You can see that I'm starting to see there. So you can, again, if you wanted to continue on the other route where you update rotations and positions, you know, with separate ones, that's a perfectly valid solution as well. I'm just trying to take as many shortcuts as possible. So instead of making this like 4.5, maybe you can put this at like 4.11 or something like that. Then let's also do that over here. Now on larger screens, I'm probably going to see that wide plane, but I'm going to live with that. I feel like most screens aren't going to be that wide, so I'll live with that. But if you want to adjust for that, you totally can. I feel like I'm going to be happy and satisfied with this. Super cool. And then let's just make sure one last time if we go into mobile view, cool, hit switch, working on mobile view, let's go to desktop. Yep, super cool. Okay, let's go back to scene.jsx and comment this out. Okay, so I think the last thing that needs to be responsive to mobile and desktop is sidepanel.jsx. So you could just adjust the over here and do a media query, but I kind of want to go a little bit more in depth here and possibly do it so you have a different experience on the mobile instead. So one way to do that is with conditional classes, which if you worked with React, you've probably done before. And in SCSS, you can just attach another class like and.mobile panel, like something like this. So if you attach this class, it will override the styles in the original side panel. And then what you can do then is just toggle that on and off class based on a useEffect in sidepanel.jsx that will either put side panel here with a ternary operator like is mobile. And then if it is, also add the other one and so on and so forth. So actually you can put it out like here and then just set it equal to the string. So that would kind of look like con, and then you just do like is mobile, right? Well, I didn't import it yet. And then if it's mobile, then you would also add mobile panel. Otherwise you just wouldn't do anything. And then instead of over here, class name equals string, over here, panel classes. So yeah, there's probably some syntax error here. Oh yeah, whoops, like so. And this is kind of the general workflow for that. I don't actually have to do that because I'm just going to stick with media queries to avoid this complexity. So I'm just going to get rid of all that stuff. And I'm just going to go back to side panel. And instead of doing conditional classes, which you might find more clear to you or better for your use case, I'm just going to go for a simple media query. My other thing was 768 pixels, so I'm going to put it over here. So it's the same 768 pixels as our experience. I feel like if you want to, you could probably standardize this in a single location so you don't have, to change it in multiple areas, but honestly, it's not really that big of a deal. And I also typically use a package that helps with media queries for consistency and only having to change it one place. But, for this video, it doesn't really matter. It's more about the logic here. So when I am on mobile, what if I want my menu to come from the bottom up rather than from the right to the left? So in this case, let me just copy all this. That means we would want to translate Y 100%, and then our width would be 100%. And our viewport, we can also leave at 100 viewport height. And then instead of top 0 and right 0, we just want bottom 0, like so. Now, the issue with a media query in this case is we still have to get rid, quote unquote, get rid of the original one. So in order to fix that, we just do top and just do auto. Whoops, sorry. And then leaving right 0 or left 0 doesn't really change anything, so we can just leave it like so. So now in here, we can do the same thing, use responsive store like here, and let's just copy that. And with isMobile from use responsive store, we can just check for that in our GSAP animation. Okay, so we can just put it inside isPanel and go between those two like that if you want to. I'm just gonna wrap it around. It's honestly not really a big deal. So I'm just gonna do isMobile, and I'm just gonna wrap the whole thing. And that means it will be structured a little bit different, but honestly, it's just personal preference or whatever you feel like doing that day. So if it's mobile and the panel is open, we're going to play this. If the panel is closed and it's mobile, we're going to play this. Well, sorry, this should be desktop. So if it's not mobile, if it's desktop and the panel's open, play this one. If the panel's not open and it's desktop, play this one. Again, if you have multiple breakpoints, you might have to use else ifs, but I just have two, so I'm just going to do an else. So we can just copy this entire thing. So if it is mobile and the panel is open, instead of setting X to 0, we're going to set the Y to 0 because in sidepanel.css, I changed this to translate. Whoops, I messed up. That should be translate Y. And then here we can have, if the panel is not open, then we're going to translate Y 100%. So if I go back in mobile view and click on one of these, so let's just click over here, you can see that it's working. But now the issue is, if I go onto desktop, it's no longer working. And of course, that's because we have nothing reacting to isMobile. So we need another useEffect, just like so, over here, that updates isMobile. Now we can't put isMobile in this dependency array because then it'll re-trigger this every time isMobile updates, and then it's going to play one of these animations. So what we can do is make sure to, okay, again, we don't want to have this error throwing, so if exist panelref.current does not exist, we just want to return that guard clause over there, and then we can have dependency array isMobile, like so. And one thing with GSAP is that I think it's kind of similar to Framer. Like Framer, you start in Framer, you have like a starting position and an ending position. GSAP, you can also do that with .from too, but it's more of just like setting your styles. And I think it's a GSAP thing where, you know, instead of setting the style here, you actually set it with GSAP itself. That way it kind of doesn't have any sort of conflicts with GSAP itself. Is mobile, we'll use GSAP set function, gsap.set, the panel ref.current instance of it. We'll set its X translation to 0 and its Y translation to 100%, which is the same thing we had in CSS or SCSS in our case. Otherwise, we're just going to do the opposite. So we'll put 100% here and 0 over here. So if I refresh the page and go back, if I click here, I'm mobile, I hit exit, and then I go to desktop and I open this, and it goes like that. Now there is an issue, like it'll still work as long as I don't hit a breakpoint. So look what happens when I resize after. So I come over here, hit the breakpoint, it goes away. Now look what happens when I click on this. It doesn't work anymore, and even if I go back to desktop, it's not working anymore either. Now, if you want to, in a lot of award-winning websites, they don't even bother fixing this sort of issue because very few people are going to be resizing. And oftentimes it's just because it's so intensely hard and like just time-consuming, and very few people resize anyway. But in this case, the solution is actually really simple. It's because when we set and reset it back to 0, isPanel never changes. So we're always playing the exit animation because isPanel never changes. So all we have to do then is just make isPanel closed, and we actually already have that function. If I go into UI store, we have this right here called close panel. So all we have to do is just call that. So let's just come over here and do close panel just like so. And now if I open it on desktop, hit the breakpoint, and then go on mobile, you can see it works on mobile. And then I hit the breakpoint and it still works on desktop as well. Now, one downside of this is that when you resize, you close the modal, but that's not what users expect when you resize. You kind of just expect it to snap to the other one, right? Or yeah, the other one because the modal is open. So you could leave it like this if you wanted to, and sometimes that is the interaction when it comes to award-winning websites. But let's just assume that you want a different one. So all we have to do then is just come over here, and instead of having close panel, over here, we can check if the panel is open or not. So if is panel open, if it's open, so if it's mobile and it's open, we want to just set it. Actually, we don't really want to do anything. We'll just leave it as 0. So this should be 0, 0, 0, just like so. Otherwise, we're going to, it means the panel is closed. So we're just going to do what we did originally. And then we can call it close panel in here. And let's do the same thing now with the desktop version. So here we can just copy this. If the panel is closed over here, then we want to set its translate to 100% on the x-axis. Otherwise, if the panel is open, we can just leave everything on x0 and y0. Now if I go back and refresh the page, I should be able to open this, and it snaps and is switching just like so. And then if I hit exit, it should play the mobile exit animation. And if I go on desktop, still desktop, let's go to mobile, and then let's go to desktop, hit exit, and everything just like that is working. Super cool. Just like that, we have two different experiences for mobile and desktop. So the next thing then, just to complete the experience, is when we click and drag, we still want all our effects, like our hover effects and the rotation. Right now, only when I tap down once on the thing, it's updating. And that makes intuitive sense because every time we tap down, on pointer move is triggering one exact specific time. I am still aware that iOS devices, especially on mobile, still have issues with pointer down events and things like that. So while it would be fine if we just added like pointer down, like a pointer down and a pointer up sort of event for Android and desktop, we need to add some touch events instead to help accommodate for iOS devices. So it's not terrible. I mean, it's pretty much just this except with touch events. So we'll just do on touch move. And the way touches work is, well, it's kind of similar to pointer, but when you tap once on your screen, you have one touch. If you use two fingers and tap on your screen, well, you have two touches. So they shove this in an array. If you want, you can log in the console log tablet just to see. If you want to see that, you can just console.log the event object and see that. We just want to check if e.touches.length equals 1. So we only have one finger on the device at the time. Then if that's true, then we can just update this equal to that first touch in that touches array. So here we just do touches, and we just grab the first one, not like there's anything else in the array except the first one, but that's all we're doing here. And we might as well do it for onTouchStart as well. So when they first tap, so we'll just do onTouchStart. Same exact sort of logic here. We actually might not need this, but I don't know. I'm just going to put it in there just in case. Why not? And I'm just going to shift alt down arrow over here. And then this will be touch move. Touch move. We'll pass in onTouch over here. And then onTouchStart over here. And I'll call this touchStart. And whoops, I guess I should have put this over here first. And then let's just Control D and change this to remove. And I can't believe it, but I forgot to put the associated over here. So this will be client X, and then this one will be client Y, just like so. So now if I go back, you can see I can click, I can tap and drag. So if I tap, it rotates, but also if I tap and drag, you can see it's rotating as I'm dragging along here. Super, super cool, just like that. And then let's just make sure if I switch, you can see here, I'm also tapping and dragging, and it seems to be working. Now, there is another issue here. You can see that my hover states for my grid planes is not working. So how do we fix this issues? Well, this is a very, very common solution that you'll actually find if you work with React 3 Fiber. And it's because the browser has so many different touch events, like double tap, zoom, and all that sort of stuff, depending on your device. So the easiest solution is just to let your JavaScript do all the work. Right, so in dark targets, this is all JavaScript, and then we did all the event listeners for our JavaScript, right, and this is all JavaScript. So the easiest way is just to come over here and actually just do touch action none. And now you can see when I go back, I can click and drag, and it has all my hover effects. And when I click on this, it works perfectly fine, just like so. And nothing is breaking, and if I go back to desktop, you can see everything is still working just like so. And yeah, actually, let's just get rid of touchStart because we don't need it. So it's just some extra code that we don't need. Cool. And by the way, there is a lot of other ways to fix the issue rather than just setting touch action none over here. You could get rid of this if for some reason you don't want to have touch action none. For example, you can do e.prevent default over here as well as here, but then your on pointer hover would not work, so you would have to do on pointer down over here in order to have tapping working on it, and a few other things. But if you didn't want to, there's definitely alternatives there, but this is a very common solution and probably the most popular solution and the shortest solution. And completely random, instead of viewport height here, we should use 100% because we're translating 100%, and the viewport height will go underneath the browser tab. So let's just make sure this is at 100%. Okay, so before we move on, I just wanted to mention that in panel content.json, I added this, and in my light targets, I pretty much did the same exact thing that I did in dark targets. I just copy and pasted and changed a few things like the keys, and I created a new black material. So if I go back here, you can see it's the same exact thing, but now it just shows design work. Okay, so the next thing I want then is, since this is like white themed, I kind of want to have a different color for the panel over here compared to the panel over here. Now, if you have multiple routes and multiple different sort of themes across your application, there are a lot of ways to handle this differently. For example, you can probably get the URL route to determine added class names for your SCSS or your other theming. Even if you're using something like Tailwind for theming, you know, when you toggle between the themes, you can use the URL to determine that sort of thing. And it also kind of depends how many other extra classes you want, right? So you have a ton of ways to organize how you want to manage your themes or class names. Like you can make another one here called class names, and then do like about, and then design and dev, and then side, you know, whatever you want. And you can put class names in here and then pass that in, or you can create a separate one and put class names in there. Or if you're using like Tailwind, the toggle can be based on the URL. If you have like multiple routes, you have a ton of options. We're only working with two themes here, if it's the darkroom or if it's the lightroom, and we already have that in a store. If I come over to toggle room store, you can see we have this Boolean value. Okay, so since we only have is darkroom or is lightroom theme, and we only have side panel.jsx, then the simple solution then is just to add class names based on if it's darkroom or if it's lightroom to the side panel. Of course, if you had other components like a page component, you would also just listen to is darkroom and add appropriate classes as well. So here it's like a very, very simple way of managing theming based on a global state variable here. I guess it's kind of also important just to mention now that the fact that I gave two different experiences related to side panel.jsx doesn't mean you couldn't have just created a separate one called page, and then open the page when you're on desktop, and then open side panel when you're on mobile. So you could have totally done that as well, but I just jammed it into one component. So before you watch what I do, I actually kind of encourage you to try and add different class names based on the isDarkroom yourself to the side panel.jsx before continue on watching the video, and then you can see what I do. Okay, anyway, here's the solution. I got const isDarkroom from the Toggle Room store, and then I actually think I covered this earlier in the video. I don't actually remember. That must have been a few days ago. But here, if it's not darkroom, I add the class of light with a space here. Otherwise, I add nothing. And then I just put the panel class names over here. Every time the component re-renders, it's just going to have this directly in here. If for some reason you need some extra handling of state and potentially other side effects, you can use a useEffect and a useState. For us, there's no need to do that, so that's all I did. And if I go to sidepanel.css, I just put and.light over here. If you're just using regular CSS, you just have a separate class called .light. And now it changes background color to white and color to black, and I didn't really touch this one. So now you can see if I come over here, this panel is still that color. I hit switch, and I click over here. Now you can see the panel is this color, just like so. Super, super cool. Now you will notice that as I open here, and as soon as I hit switch, it's going to change to the other theme. So honestly, instead of adding class names and removing them, you could totally just use GSAP and set the background color to the new color or the text color to a new color rather than adding or removing class names. Or you can delay it and add the class names with a useState on complete of your animation playing. Like once this close animation is done playing, then add the class name. For us, I don't have to worry about that at all because the switch button will be covered by an overlay. They wouldn't even know that was happening visually. They would only see that in the browser if they looked at the class names in over here and during the switching and that sort of thing. So I actually don't have to do either of those solutions, but those are solutions that you can definitely give a try if you want that sort of interaction. And I'm sure you can figure it out. If you need help, definitely just reach out and I'll respond when I can. But I really, really feel like you can figure those two solutions out if you need them. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is add some routes or routes, or I don't know how to pronounce it in English, but one of the two. And I'm going to be using React Router or React Router for that. And it's very, very simple. So if you take a look at the latest version, 7.2.0, we just create a browser router and let React Router kind of handle what element we're rendering. We have a path for the URL and then the element that we're rendering. Now, I do want to mention that this is going to be a little bit interesting because what we have right now is just a component called side panel. We don't really have any pages. So technically, we don't actually have to render any sort of element here. We can just listen to the URL update, and we might, in that case, not even need React Router. And we can just have some custom JavaScript listening to window.url and things like that. And that would be perfectly fine and working for the final results. But typically, that's not the workflow that you go for. So I just want to do things a little bit more proper in the event that you need pages and other things like that, so you can set it up later down the road. Okay, so let's just install React Router or React Router. So let's get out npm I React Router. Cool. It's in our package.json folder right here. So you can see it's 7.2. And now in main.jsx, we can just create our browser router, like so. And then we can just copy and paste from the documentation, just put it over there like so. Cool. And let's get rid of app over here. Cool. So now we want 3 because we have 3 interactions in our scene. So let's just shift alt down arrow, and here we're going to call this about page. But, call it whatever you want. And then this one I'll call it dev work. Well, actually, I don't want to call it about dash page. And then this one will be design work, like so. So now we need to replace this with their respective pages. So we don't have any pages. So let's just go back over into our source folder and create another folder called pages. Okay, so when it comes to structuring your pages, you kind of have a lot of approaches to go for. You can have like a single page and have that page over here. And this will kind of determine which page it just shows. However, we aren't actually going to be going with this approach, primarily because React Router kind of already handles this with this thing here called outlet. So essentially when we update the URL, the about page or dev work pages, they're going to be pushed out through the outlet component over here of React Router. So what we're going to do is copy this over here, and this might make sense in a little bit. And then let's just change side panel to outlet. Because side panel now will be part of a page rather than part of the application, if that makes sense. So I'm going to get rid of this. Same with room toggle button. If you want this to be as part of a page, you can put it into the pages. However, for me, it's more part of my app rather than page or any specific page itself. So I'm actually going to leave it up at the app component. Again, if you think the room toggle button is actually part of the experience because it changes the room, you can also just put the room toggle button in the experience as well. Whatever is more clear to you, I feel like you should go for that. So the way I'm going to handle this is I'm going to have a single page, and this page will handle transition states. Because right now, if we navigate to our URL, let's say we go from darkroom to Lightroom, we have to transition to the Lightroom and then open the panel once we navigate to that URL. Alternatively, you could just make it where there's no transition. The camera just automatically teleports there and the panel automatically opens there. Or as soon as you go to the URL, the panel opens, but the camera is also transitioning while the panel is opening. So we kind of have all these states that we have to manage appropriately when the URL changes. So it's kind of ideal just to have a single page class that'll handle the transition. We'll import our side panel or any other component that we want for that specific kind of page. And then now we can create our 3 pages, so about page, dev work page, and our other page. So we have our 3 pages over here. Now we can just refer to this specific page. So a page with a side panel. And then maybe later down the road, you want to add a page without a side panel. So this would be like page version 2 with header or something like that. So you have a page 2, and then maybe right now I'm just going to have all 3 of them point to this page that imports our side panel component. But maybe later down the road, you don't want page 3 to use this one and use this kind of page instead. So this is kind of the way that I'm structuring it. And when the URL update, and depending on the URL, these pages are going to be output into outlet, and that's what we see exactly here. So the page is going to be coming out here, and of course our experience and our room toggle button as well. Okay, so let's create that page that all 3 of our pages will refer to, and I'll just call that page with side panel, because that's literally what it is. It's a page with a side panel. And what we're going to import is, of course, our side panel. Well, first let's do RAFCE, and let's also import our side panel, just like so. Cool, I found it for us. And then let's just come over here temporarily and do hello world, just so we can see something when we get to it. Okay, now let's create our pages. So let's just do about page.jsx. Then we have dev work page.jsx. Sorry, get rid of that Z over there. And we also have design work page.jsx. Let's just do RAFCE in every single one of them. And in dev work page, what we now want to return is our page with side panel. Page with side panel, just like so, over here. And we can do that with design work as well. So we can do design work page. Let's do the same thing over here, Control V, and just do about page, like so. Now for each of these pages, just to test, we can just have a title here and just do pages woo, and just do about. Well, I guess I should have done this before I copied all of them. Oh well, doesn't matter. And we'll just do design, and then this one will be called dev. So right now everything is completely messy, but you kind of have the general idea what we have. We have this single page that has a side panel, and then all these other pages are importing that page with a side panel because it kind of follows a similar structure. So we kind of have a general setup. So now we can go into, let's see, main.jsx and replace these with our appropriate pages. So we want about page, and then we want dev work page. Cool, I found it for us. Super cool. Design work page, just like so. Okay, so now what we need to do is go to our targets over here, and we need to navigate to the URLs that we created to display the appropriate page. And if you look at the React Router docs, typically use link or navlink, typically associated with HTML elements, and we don't have an HTML element that we're working with. We're working with a 3D model. Later we'll add in a menu with link and navlink, but for now we have to use this thing here called useNavigate, and we just navigate and pass in the URL. So we can just do that in our dark targets and light targets as well. And then let's do navigate equals useNavigate. On click, we can just navigate over here, so let's put it over here and here as well. On click, navigate, dev work will be dev work, or whatever I called it, I kind of forgot already. Yeah, I called it dev work, and then this one will be about, like so. And then in light targets, same thing over here. This one will be design work. And if you're on Windows, you can just hit Windows key V to click and quickly look at whatever your copy history is. And let's go back to main.jsx and also make sure we're importing roots and root as well. And actually, let's create folders for each of these so we have SCSS files for each one. If you just want to import the same SCSS file, since our application is so small, you can totally just do that, but I'm just going to create folders for each one. And make sure to update your imports. Cool, it's updating for us. And since page width side panel is reusable, you can put it in another folder like reusables, or I'm just going to leave it because it's like a pages, but it's like a type of page. So I'm just going to leave it over here. And for each of them, I just created a SCSS file with nothing in so far, and I just imported them. So same with page side panel as well. And now if I go back, let's just click on one of these and hopefully it works. Cool, that was the about one and that did work. And this is also the dev work one. Now we're getting an issue here because we don't see our canvas anymore. It completely disappeared. And that's probably because our roots are a little bit messed up. And take a look at the React router docs. You can see that, yes, indeed, if you want to make a nested route, you need to wrap it, which I didn't do. And it seems like you also don't need the slashes either. So I need to get with the program. I'm a little bit outdated here. So let's just close the React router over here like so. Let's get rid of this. And then we don't need the slashes. So let's just get rid of those as well. Okay, now let's go back and let's click on something. So yeah, our URL updates, we see about and dev work. Cool, everything seems to be working, but we don't see our dev and about pages. You can see in the DOM they're updating, but if I hover over it, it's because it's adding to the bottom of the canvas and is being overflow hidden, which is why we don't see it, but it is updating as you can see over here. Now, of course, the other issue is when you see it, it's just like jumping, you know, to the thing and getting a glitch there. And that's because our dark targets is opening the panel, which plays the animation, but we're also just part of the page is also the side panel itself. So that's why we're getting that little glitch there. At least now we validate that our roots are working and everything's working. Okay, sweet. So now let's set it up so our dark targets and everything else can respond to the URL rather than what we're doing now, which is like a kind of a mess. But at least we got it quickly validating that all of our setup is working. So let's go to dark targets and let's get rid of open panel here. We don't need this logic here anymore. Same with light targets. We can also get rid of open panel here as well. Also, before moving on, I quickly just want to say I added a not found page. Nothing really special here, but I am using that link from React Router, and this time I'm just navigating back to the home where the app, if they type any URL that doesn't follow the default one or one of these, they'll be presented with the not found page, which will just eventually go up to the app when they hit link. So if I go back here, you can see, let me just type any random URL, like something like this, page not found, bro, this ain't no page, and you can see that button there, which is a little bit dark, but you can see this will take me back to this page. Okay, so the next part might be a little bit dense, but what I'm thinking is that since about page and dev work page and design work page, they require sometimes dark room and some of them require light room. Well, namely dev and about require dark room and design has Lightroom. You could do it where you have a home page and then /light to go to the Lightroom and /dark to go to the darkroom, but I'm not going to be working with that. I'm just going to be, by default, the darkroom is going to be the home page. So that means since each page is associated with either dark or light, that means we can pass it in as a prop from about page or from design work page or from dev work page. So the first thing we would need then is require darkroom, and this will be a Boolean value. So about page will say, yes, we need to require darkroom. Another thing we can do is have the panel content this way. Now, the reason we want to set the panel content this way rather than our globalized data JSON file, which we have over here, is because then we can keep API logic constrained to the page themselves. Not that I will be using a API like a CMS from the backend, but it'll be a more common workflow this way, because right now what we have is an unintentional coupling between our targets. Well, we removed the open panel, but we would have an unintentional coupling between our dark targets and our JSON folder, because that determines what shows up on the panel content. And that's kind of a weird workflow if you think about it. Instead, though, we have these 3 separate pages. Each page fetches its own API and then passes it into the page with side panel, which also passes that down to the side panel. This is a much more intuitive workflow. Okay, that means what we need is panel content, which I do put here. And we need to update our store. So let's go into our UI store. And instead of passing in a hitbox key, we can just directly put in the content into our global store. Actually, now that I think about it, we don't actually have to put panel content in a global store at all anymore. We can just pass it in from the page to the page with side panel down into the side panel itself. That's a little bit of prop drilling, but it's only 2 levels and it actually makes perfectly valid sense as well. So we don't actually need to set panel content here. into the global state, and we can just get rid of this. So all we need is just is panel open and is panel closed, and we can get rid of this import of data panel content.json. Okay, so let's go back to page with side panel, and this should be enough to get started. Okay, so the first thing we need to check, or this doesn't have to be the first thing, but we want to check if the page requires a darkroom. If it does, then we set it, otherwise we don't have to set it. So we can do that. So again, useEffect, and we can check if required darkroom does not equal is darkroom. And sorry, this should just be 2 over here. So for example, if one of our components passes in true, which means we need a darkroom and it's not darkroom, then we need to do set darkroom equal to require darkroom. So let's do set, and we want to set that to require darkroom. Now we need to update our global store. So let's go into toggle room store, and we have the set darkroom over here. So let's go import, paste this over here, set darkroom. From our hook, use a toggle room store, just like so. Now, if these equal each other, then we can just open the panel. So over now, we can just do open panel, and we'll do panel content, which we passed in from the child component up there. I mean, sorry, the parent component. So if the rooms don't equal each other, then set it to the darkroom. Otherwise, Lightroom will equal Lightroom, so just open the panel. Otherwise, darkroom will equal darkroom, so then just open the panel. And we want this to update the dependency array definitely every time is darkroom changes, is a darkroom. We either transition by setting this and having our experience useEffect change the camera position, or we just open the content. And whoops, actually, sorry, panel content doesn't exist anymore. We removed it, so we want to pass it in down to the child component. So let's just do panel content equals panel content, just like so. And then in our side panel, we can also just grab that and call this panel content. And you can see we don't have to touch this because it actually uses the same name as our original object called panel content. So we don't have to touch panel.content. And yeah, don't forget to import that stuff, which I just did over here. Okay, so let's just pass in these in from our over here. So I'm just going to copy and paste that, and require darkroom. About page is going to be true, and panel content we can just grab from our original JSON. If you want to refer to this JSON because we're not using APIs, you can totally do that, but I'm just going to copy from our original JSON and delete this a little bit later. Now, if you want to hook up your API and fetch data, you can totally do that in this component here and pass that in as panel content instead. Really up to you, but I'm just going to put it over here. And let me get rid of that comma. And we can just copy and paste this for every single one. So let's go into dev work page. Let's just navigate to our panel content.json with Control P, and let's just drag it over here so we don't have to keep going back and forth. This one is called dev work, so let's just copy the object over here, place panel content. Same thing again, let's go into the design work page, this object over here, replace it over here. Okay, let's also make sure each of these is right. So design work require darkroom should be false here. Cool. And then let's also just go into our side panel. And I think I remember, yeah, we need to get rid of panel content from here. It doesn't exist in use UI store anymore. Okay, so when I go back, let's see. Okay, we have dev work, great. We also have about me, great, that's also working. Now let's try the other one. So let's switch first and then open this, and design work is also working. And I'm assuming, yeah, this is gonna break as well. So we kind of have two issues. Right now, if we're on the same one and the URL is not updating when we hit switch, so it's going to shatter like that. Also, I feel like if we go, the other issue we're going to have is if we directly go to design work, it's going to glitch out too. Yeah, so it opens it, but it doesn't actually translate the camera. So we have these two issues that we need to figure out. So the first issue is we didn't update anything. So if I click on this and I hit exit, you can see the URL is still at dev work even though the panel is closed. So there's a few ways to approach this. So we need to update the path. Ideally, you would also want to create some sort of homepage. So that's what I did here. I just have a homepage that we're navigating to that will close the panel from our global store. And then I also in main.jsx created the index element root homepage over here. And at the moment I'm returning null. I have no JSX here, but maybe later down the road I will. And since we're here, we might as well just get rid of strict mode, because it'll just cause things to trigger twice in development, but not in production, but it's kind of a little bit messy. So I'm just going to get rid of that. Okay, so now all we have to do is in side panel, we already have our closing animations with GSAP. So on close, we can just do on complete. And we can just use the navigate, like the same thing we did the other time, and we just navigate back to home. Of course, don't forget to import navigate from React Router. you can see that we're getting something. Now, why is this happening? Well, the thing is, when we click on a root, the component is rendering with an initial state value in our global store and then updating once we call open panel. So when the component mounts, it's running this once, and then again, it's running it again. So just to really prove that, if I come over here and do onComplete, and I just console.log opening, and this one I just do like so. And you can see I get closing and opening at the same time. And as soon as closing is done, even though opening is like playing, it's navigating that onComplete callback function. And we're kind of getting this glitch over here. So it might be possible if you just leave this at true by default, and that might work, but that doesn't make any sense. And that might break other aspects of our application because the panel is not open. So having a default value of true doesn't really make sense. So the other solution then is just to use a state. Is it the first mount? If it is, don't play the second one. So here I just have a simple use state over here. Const is initialized and set is initialized. So now we can just have this guard clause. It's not initialized, which means it's the first run through. So it's running closing panel because of our first default state, which is false. Then we just want to return. But before we return, let's set initialized equal to true. Just like so. This will run once, and then after it'll be true, so this won't run ever again, and it'll just play appropriately. So now if I go back, you can see I can open it, I can close it, and everything seems to be working just like so. Super, super cool. And it's navigating back to the home page. After I hit exit, it's going back to the home page. Okay, so now let's just get rid of those console logs. Okay, before we fix the second issue, we need to get the camera starting at the right location. Because if I go to /designwork, it's still going to open the panel, but it's not going to show the Lightroom. Now, intuitively, you might be saying, okay, we can go into experience and just listen to isDarkroom and then set the appropriate camera position like so. Now, that would be fine, except isDarkroom is actually now based on our pages. So this actually seems a little bit weird to keep the logic over here to set darkroom or not, rather than just bring it up into the app level itself. Either way, whether we leave it by page to set the darkroom or Lightroom, or we bring it up into app.jsx, the issue we're facing right now is that outlet is actually loading before experience. So all the state updates that outlet is changing based on the URL, experience is actually not rendering with those state updates because it's still loading the model when the outlet is already playing. So just to prove that, I can Control-Shift-R, refresh, and you can see my GLB model was loading and my outlet is playing at the same time. So my experience isn't actually listening to the updates that dev work requires. Okay, so how do we fix this? Well, we could possibly have like a useEffect in app.jsx and like pass in a prompt to experience, and experience can listen to that. But I think what I'm going to be going for is, since I'm going to have a loading screen, we can actually use this thing from React 3 or dry called progress/useProgress, and it'll show you when your experience is ready pretty much. So once it hits 100% done loaded, we can trigger a global upstate saying experience is ready, and then have our experience listen to that in order to re-render with the appropriate paths. Okay, let's come over to pages, and I'm going to call loading page. And in loading page, I don't have anything in the SCSS. I'm just going to return null for now. Okay, so let's get useProgress from React 3. Let's come over here and deconstruct const progress from that hook of useProgress over here. And then in our useEffect dependency array, every time progress updates, we want to run the useEffect again. So if progress equals 100%, then let's update our global store. So let's come over into stores and create another one called experience store.js. And then same thing, we just have one single Boolean value, no parameters this time, we just set it to true. So let's just copy this, come over here, use experience store, just like so. Sorry, this should be capitalized I, well, it doesn't really matter, but I'm gonna capitalize it with camel case. Then we can grab it over here. And then if progress equals 100, we can set is experience ready. Now we can go into experience and listen to this. So const is experience ready equals use experience store, just like so. And when it's ready, we can update the camera position. So I guess earlier we should have done that with the array. So I want to copy this over here and let's update our position equal to an array rather than a vector. So I'm just going to paste this over here and just get rid of the new 3 vector over here. And then this one, I'm also going to be replacing it just like so. Let's get rid of this. And that means we have to update our GSAP animation. There's no longer the X, Y, and Z. And then this is the Y coordinate 2. And then the Z coordinate is 3. Sorry, I mean this should be 2. Okay, so now let's just create another useEffect that sets the default position once is experience is ready. So is experience ready? Just like so. We can get rid of all this stuff, and over here we can do, actually we can just copy a lot of this over here. So const target position over here. Now by default, if you set the dot position equal to a position, even if it's an array, it's a read-only, quote-unquote read-only property. So you can't directly just set it to this ternary operator, unfortunately. However, we can instead just use gsap.set. So we can just do gsap.set position over there, and we can do the same exact thing that we did over here. So we can just copy this and place it in here. So this will trigger once is experience is ready. Okay, so if I go back, okay, homepage is fine. Dev work is fine. Let's go to about. Let's refresh the page. Cool, we get about in darkroom. Now let's switch and let's go to design work. Cool, that's working. Let's go to design work and refresh the page. And cool, we start at this page. All right, so the next thing we can do is now fix the transition from dev work to design work. And in order to do that, we can't just type the URL because it'll trigger a refresh. So we're going to need to use a nav link for React Reader. So let's create a DOM HTML element inside of our components folder. So let's come over to components, and I'm going to create another folder here called menu. Okay, so in menu.jsx, I just used the nav link that you can see on React Reader. You can see it's just 2/, and then there's some other stuff you can have there if you want it, but I'm not going to be needing that. And then I just wrap it with a simple div, and then I just put it on the bottom 5%, left 5%, but I'm going to be changing that later. And I just put in the URLs that we defined in our main.jsx file. So let's come into app.jsx and import that. So we just call this menu, just like so. Okay, so now if I go back and I click on design work, it almost works. If I click dev work, it kind of works. Let's see, if I click about me and dev work kind of works. Okay, home will just automatically close the panel. So here you can see we kind of have a few issues that we need to fix now. But the positive side, if you look at the URL bar and the refresh bar, you can see as I switch between these URLs, I'm not getting any sort of refresh on the page. So cool, now we got something to work with. Okay, so all these issues that we're seeing, like if you click on dev work over here, it opens the panel, it doesn't wait for the camera transition, hitting exit, and then going to design work, and design work just opens, and then if you click dev work, it just replaces over it. Honestly, there's a lot of ways we can handle this sort of issue. On some award-winning websites, if you have like some sort of transition to like over here, they might not even actually bother going through the transition before you open the page, and they might just actually open the page right over the experience and then just set the appropriate camera page rather than having to go through the transition itself. There's also kind of like two workflows. Basically right now we kind of are combining two of them. So if I hit exit, you can see after the animation is playing, then I update the URL. I hit exit, then it's done, then I navigate to home. And the other approach is you instantly update the URL. So in this case, when I click on this, I instantly update the URL and the animation plays in. So we kind of have two different URL patterns in one single application at the moment. Which one is better? Typically, it's more common to instantly update the URL and play some sort of animation. But there are cases where, like we had originally, which I think I just put in as a temporary usage because I wanted to be able to switch them without typing the URL out. But for this other use case where the animation plays and then updates the URL, kind of makes sense in some cases, and possibly even this case, because if let's say we go from dev work over here to design work, we would go into homepage, switch the camera view, and then go over here and then open design work. And then when design work is open, then you could update the URL. And that would make some sort of sense as well. Of course, alternatively, you could just update design work and then play the transition and open the panel as well. So you can have two options there. But traditionally, the more common approach is to update the URL instantly and then play all the animations and things like that. And the truth is, you can actually do both approaches in a single project as well. So, you know, I'm going from this page over here all the way to dev work. You know, you can wait until you get to this camera transition and until dev work pages updates and then updates the URL instead of doing it instantly, which is what we have right now. But at the same time, you could also have it where you click, and since the page opens immediately, you can just immediately update the URL. Both of those in their own contexts make user experience a little bit more logical in a sense. Now, depending on which approach you take, you're going to have to structure your code differently, and there's going to be different methods for each approach. So one really common way to handle page transitions is with framer motion. And typically there's quote unquote this debate between do you use GSAP or do you use framer motion? But when it comes to UI, typically people like to use framer motion over GSAP because framer motion is sort of quote unquote easier or more well integrated to React rather than GSAP. That divide has kind of gotten a little bit smaller now. So honestly, it doesn't really matter if you use GSAP for your UI animations or Framer, but it seems like Framer is still the go-to when it comes to React page transitions or animations in general. The reason I'm using GSAP in this tutorial though is because GSAP is still better or more traditionally used for interactive Three.js experiences where you have to manipulate other things other than DOM elements and HTML. So Framer Motion kind of excels in the 2D world, whereas GSAP kind of excels in the 3D world. GSAP also excels in the 2D world for sure, but when it comes to React specifically, Framer is kind of more preferred. So knowing that, for all like your HTML DOM elements sort of thing, you could use Framer Motion, and then for your entire experience and 3JS stuff, you could use GSAP. And that would be a perfectly valid approach. You have one package that works well with UI and another one that works well with Three.js. Now, the downside of that approach is you are using two different libraries, which increases your bundle size, right? And increases your load time of your web page. For me, I don't think I'm going to be using Framer Motion and GSAP. I'm just going to be sticking with GSAP, but that is definitely a perfectly valid approach. And I feel like I've seen that before, where Framer focuses on the UI and GSAP focuses on the 3D experience. Okay, so when it comes to us, we actually have to make a few different changes here. Right now, we're using our panel as sort of the hallmark of our page. We have in the panel, we have the exit button that does the exit animation by triggering close panel here, but we're putting that inside a page. So this logic here of closing panel should actually belong in our page rather than the side panel itself. And waiting for the side panel to animate in actually doesn't make sense because we're switching pages. And as soon as we click and update an element root, we're rendering the page, and that page also has a side panel. So what we actually need to do is animate the page itself. And then if we want to animate the side panel, we can trigger that later. But first, we actually want to animate the page and not the side panel. Okay, so how are we going to do that? Well, if you come over to React Router or React Router, they say for handling view transitions, you can use this new view transitions API. Now, this is a very common solution, but the issue I have with this is it's not supported in Firefox, as you can see over here. So here's another website that sources from NDN, but it also kind of just gives another sort of visualization. But here you can see limited availability across major browsers. So how do we handle page transitions? Well, of course, we could always implement our own solution. Like intuitively, you would imagine that our menu over here, it would, instead of being a nav link, it would like play an animation, like set up a global state. And then when that global state is done, then navigate to the new page and things like that. Or like update the URL, but don't open the page until the transition is done playing or something like that, right? Or additionally, what you can use is something like React Transition Group. And this is very, very popular. As you can see, it has 14 million weekly downloads as of this week. And this is a very, very popular package to manage transitions between pages. So this is what we're going to be using. Okay, so in order to set that up, right now we have a page with a side panel, but we're treating the side panel as the page itself. So I'm not actually don't want to do that at all. I'm just going to copy and paste this, and I'm actually just going to call this page. And if we want a side panel, then we can use the page with side panel. But for now, I'm actually just going to create the page that is the side panel itself. So inside panel.jsx, let's actually just copy this and paste it in our page.jsx. So let's come over here and just paste it like so. And now this will act as our page. And we don't want to handle our animation here. We want to React Transition Group to handle that for us. So let's actually completely get rid of our animation logic of opening and closing. Positioning is perfectly fine, leaving it like so. And now we just need to also put in require darkroom into page.jsx. So let's place require darkroom over here. And let's just add this logic over into our page now. So let's come over here and place this like so. And let's also get rid of the open panel logic, and we'll handle this with the React Transition Group. Okay, so now for all our pages, instead of page with side panel, let's just use page. So I'm just going to Control-Shift-L here and just call this page. Same thing here as well. I'm just going to call this page. Control-Shift-L, page. Now let's also make sure to update our imports in order to make sure nothing is breaking. So let's just double click here, Control-Shift-L, and change this to page as well. So let's just update our paths by pasting these, getting rid of these, hitting backspace on the E and hitting enter, backspace on the E and hitting enter. So we have the new updates. Okay, so it's just one back, so I can just get rid of UI store over here. And let's also make sure to get set darkroom from the use toggle room store. So if I go back, you can see that design work and everything works, except of course there's no panel anymore. But our page is still changing. You can see the title of the page. If I go to design work, it shows design and so on and so forth. Okay, so if you want to make a push with page with side panel, you can totally do that to GitHub. That way you have like a save state. But I'm actually just going to completely get rid of this. Oh, sorry, before you end up deleting sidepanel.scss, make sure to copy the SCSS for the page. So now I'm just going to put it in page.scss. And I'm not going to have the side panel in my final page, so I'm actually just going to get rid of this component as well. But you can totally leave it in if you wanted to. And let's also just clear up the import, throwing that small little error there. Okay, so in order to create so now that we have all our pages, what we can do is create a transition component that we pass in our page as a child to the transition component, and that'll help determine the transition between the pages. So let's come over into our components over here, and let's create another one called transition.jsx, and let's just do RAFCE like so. And here, just to take a look at the documentation, you can see we have a transition over here, and we're going to be passing in a component. And there's multiple ways to handle this, but that's effectively what I'm doing right now. I'm creating a transition group from React transition group. So actually we can copy that right now, like here. And let's also install it with npm I react-transition group. And now let's replace this with transition. And we want to pass in our page, which is going to be a children of the transition group. So just over here, and we can place our children right over here between. And if I go to the document, you can see there's different kinds of transitions. And the one that I'm interested specifically in is switch transition, which it'll basically wait until the old child leaves and then insert a new child. Okay, and sorry, I keep saying transition group, but I don't actually mean this one. I just mean in general. So actually, let's change this from transition. I'm just going to call this transition component, like so. Let's also add in switch transition for us. And let's just wrap this in just like over here, like so. And now we need to pass in a key. So we can do const location equals use location. So the key will be the location, and it found it from React router. Great. Just place the key in the transition group over here. Key equals location dot path name, which you can console log if you want to see, but it's just a URL pretty much. So now what we can do, sorry, I guess I prematurely deleted this as well, but now we can just animate in our panel using what we already did earlier. And actually, let's import GSAP from GSAP first. And then on transition, we have this thing called onEnter, which is part of what they have. So basically, once you navigate to this route, you're entering that child component, so it's mounting on. This is the kind of thing that you want to play at this point. So we can grab the animation node. So basically, they create a HTML element that wraps our entire page, and that's the thing that's actually animating. So node is just grabbing that thing that's wrapping our entire thing. Then let's just copy this from our other one over here, and let's just paste it in here, GSAP2. We don't need onComplete. And instead of panel_ref.current, we want to animate the entire node like so. And then on the way out, so when the component is unmounting, we have an onExits like so over here. And then this one is just to 100% translate, just like so. Sweet. So now what we can do is go back into main.jsx. Okay, so now we just wrap all of our components with transition components. So let's just do transition component, transition like so. Place that over here. Okay, so now I've design work page wrapped in all of them, dev work page wrapped in transition component, all of them wrapped in transition component, as you can see over here, just like so. Now, if I go back and click something, you can see I'm going to get a glitch over here, and that's because I'm using the deprecated way of doing things. We still need to create a node ref and refer to the node. So if you come over to docs, you can see right here, we need to use a node ref, pass it on the node that's animating, so on and so forth. So let's control P, go back to transition. Let's come over here, import use ref. Let's create the node ref. Transition over here, ref equals node ref. And then we don't need to put node here anymore. And then for these nodes, we can just call it node ref.current, like so. And sorry, this should be node ref, not ref. Node ref, like so. And I think I misspoke, but they actually don't create a node for us yet. So we actually have to create that ourselves. So let's just come over here. Let's create a wrapper div. Whoops, sorry, I accidentally give it a name of div. And then this one, we can ref equal to the node ref, like so. Cool, and let's just console.log that node ref.current. So let me click on something. You can see we have a div with all our child inside. So you can see this one says about. Cool, and we have our side panel in there and everything there. But take a look at what's happening. We have it outside on the bottom there. We're using outlet, which we're transitioning between pages, but we're also using outlet below here. So you can see if I actually move up the outlet over here, it'll show the top portion, which is over here. So let me show you the motion div. So this is the motion div wrapper, and it's showing the div, but the side panel itself is all the way still on the bottom here. So this is going to be an issue. Okay, before we fix this, let's get a little bit more organized first. We actually just put the roots here rather than the outlet themselves. Additionally, since we have a home page, there's kind of no reason to nest that itself within the app component. That just seems a little bit odd. Okay, so what we're gonna do is copy app over here. We're going to get rid of this and this as well. And then for our roots, we're going to copy that. So let's just copy that and let's get rid of them. So we only have app surrounded by browser router. And then let's create another folder in our source folder called roots and create another one called router.js, RAFCE, and return our roots just like so. Make sure to import those like so. Import. You can just backspace quickly to get the auto imports working for you. Make sure to import everything and get rid of that app that we accidentally copy and pasted in there. And then instead of outlet, let's just import the router here. So router from /roots/router, and we need to closing tag that. Okay, so now it definitely feels a lot cleaner. Main.jsx is just our app rooted there. We don't have the outlet or anything. If you need the outlet sort of functionality, you can totally do that, but you know, it feels a lot cleaner now. Now, if I go back, you can see that it's still glitching out. And that's because we need to set an initial translate. So if I click on here, you can see it's updating, but it's not actually updating anything. Everything's still at 0, 0, 0. And that's because we need to set an initial position for our translation div. And that's very, very similar to how Framer Motion works. You can see we have this motion div that wraps children, and then you set some initial states for it, and then some animation states for it and things like that. So what we're doing is very, very similar to what Framer Motion looks like. We're just doing with G7 instead. Let's Control P or Command P. Let's just search for transition real quick. And now we want to do gsap.set node ref.current, and we want to set its initial X to 100%, and this will just be instantaneous. Let's not forget the brackets. So now if I go back, you can see indeed we are getting some translation now, just like so. Now you might be asking, hey, I thought you said it was supposed to go out and then come back in. Why is it just going in? Well, that's because we need to set one less thing called a timeout over here, and it should be equal to the duration of this. So it'll be milliseconds, so that'll be 500 milliseconds, which is half a second. And now if I go back, you can see it'll go out and then about will come in. Go out, dev work, just like so. Cool. So now if I click design work, cool. I go to about work, cool. Dev work, design work, super cool. All right, now you might be saying, okay, why is this still over there and moving down our experience? Well, that's because the default canvas itself has position of relative. So we could give this one a position of absolute or something like that, and that would work. Or we can just adjust the wrapper of this one. So if I go back to experience over here, what we can do is just give a style. Like, so let's just do fixed. Let's set Z index to like 1 or something. And then we'll just do top 0, left 0. It doesn't really matter. And now let's go back to our transition component. And if you want to use a class name, you can totally do that. I'm going to get rid of that and just do some inline styles like here. And then we can set this Z index to like 1000, and we can do position here, and we can just do relative. And whoops, I forgot to put this in quotes, just like so. So now if I go back and I click on something, cool, indeed we see dev right there. And I click on about, I see about. Click on dev, cool. Let's go to design work. Super cool. It's overlapping just like that. Really, really cool. Now you might be asking, okay, where the F is my side panel? Why is it down there? Well, if I click on here and get rid of the transform, you can see that it actually is right here. So this is actually being set by our GSAP. So if we go into our page.jsx, we can actually get rid of this logic over here. And see if I go back, cool. Indeed, we have that over there. Logic. So let's get it back and let's just Control X to save it. And we need that logic for our transition itself. So let's go into transition. And we need to determine the transition based on is mobile or not. So let's just paste this and see what we have. Import use responsive store, use responsive store, like so. Then let's get const. Let's do is mobile, just like so. And now we want to set different things depending on if it's mobile or not. So let's come over here and we can check if is mobile. If it's not, well, we already have if it's not. So let's just put it over here. If it's not mobile, do this one. Otherwise, we'll do the other one, which is going to be Y 100%. So let's place that over there. And then GSAP2, we'll just copy this and we'll just change this to Y. Now we can get rid of this over here. And whoops, this should be equal over here. And then this should be node ref instead. Okay, and let's just also get rid of this random useEffect that we have there for no reason. Okay, now we also need to do the same thing for the outro animation. So let's come over here and let's just copy all this stuff and we just do the opposite of it. So X goes to 100%. So this will be set at 0. This one will be 100%. 100%. And I guess we can also reset the Y to 0 as well. Cool. And then here, I guess actually originally we both had them. Oh well, whatever. And then we'll set this one to 100% like so. Sweet. So if I go to design work, cool, design work, and then mobile view. So mobile view is getting obliterated. But let's just go to home. Yeah, mobile view is getting obliterated. Now that makes sense because the wrapper is actually only the size of our dev thing over here. That's not an issue for the other one because what we're doing in page.scss is setting 100-point viewport height. Whereas for mobile, originally what we had was 100% for the height because we had an issue with the thing going below the address bar in mobile devices. Of course, you can use a solution like this, dynamic viewport height, which takes into consideration that top thing so it doesn't go below. But if you take a look at DVH, you can see that, you know, global, it's pretty good and you can confidently use it, but there's still some sort of Firefox issues. And since, again, we have an overlay that's going like up 100% eventually, then we might as well just go into our transition over here. And our wrapper div, we can set its height to 100% and its width to 100% as well. And of course, let's not make sure to forget to put them in parentheses. So now if I go on mobile version, you can see it's working. Okay, but now we have an issue. We can't click on anything anymore because the Z index is so high. And since it's position relative, it's actually invisible because there's nothing inside as of right now because we're on the home page. So there's no component we're passing in there. So what we can do then is either adjust Z index when it enters and set it to 1000, or we can set its translation to some sort of like 100% or something like that. Either one is fine. I'm just going to set its transform, its translate X, equal to 100%. And now you can see it's 100% in the X direction off there, but it shouldn't impact anything because we're setting the style before it plays. And now you can see just like that, it works perfectly fine. And of course we can't click on it and everything because it's still taking up 100%. But remember, once we click on the overlay that's also going to be here, it'll close the entire page itself. So now we also have the exit button. So let's actually just update the exit button to navigate back to home. So let's go into our page.jsx file. And now we no longer have to deal with the is panel open or is panel closed global state at all. We can just do const handle click or onClick. And now we can just navigate back to home. And let's just pass in handle click over here. Now take a look, we hit exit, we go home. And now another issue is that this is still over here because we never reset its translate when it's on completed. Now we can just, on our exits, we can come over here and just run an onComplete like so, and we can just paste in a gsap.set. So let's just copy and paste both of these, and we can set the X back to 100% or the Y, honestly, it doesn't really matter, just to make sure it's off the screen. Again, if you don't want to set the translate, you can just set the Z index instead, and that would be perfectly fine as well. I go back and open this and hit exit. It's still not going to work. And why is it still not going to work even though we see nothing, we set it on complete? Well, that's because when we go back to the home component, even though we are literally doing nothing, it's still animating our wrapper div. In order to fix that, we just check the location.pathname and determine if we should play this set or not. All we have to do then is just check if the location.pathname, so that'll just be our URL. So location.pathname equals slash, then we don't have to play any animation, so we can just do return. But if you want to play a separate animation, you can just continue that on. And let's just get rid of that console log. We don't need it anymore. So now if I refresh the page, open something, hit exit, now you can see I have it back because it's not playing any sort of home animation for our div or anything, just like so. And let's set our Z index for the menu just above everything else as well. So now when I go to design work, let's go to dev work. Cool. Like so. Now, the last thing we have to do then is to make it sure that we transition the camera first and then open the panel. Not open the panel and transition at the same time. Okay, but before we fix that, actually there's another issue. You can see when I go to /about or any direct URL and refresh the page, it's not showing our panel until I switch, and then it's going out and it's like teleporting, whatever. And the reason for that is because we need to do on appear. So there's a lot of things you can read over here. So, oh yeah, timeout, by the way. Yeah, so timeout, you can see it's the duration of the transition. You can put it in separate. We just kept it the same. But what we're looking for now is appear, because by default, we only check if it between switches, and enter only triggers when you're going between switches. So in this case, we'll just do exactly what they said to do. So in, we'll set that to true. And up here, we're also going to set that to true as well. So now if I refresh the page, you can see design work is going to be just like there and playing on so. All right, so there's kind of a lot of ways to fix the issue where we have to wait until the transition before we play the next one. The easiest solution would definitely just be able to add some sort of delay based on some sort of state or variable. Intuitively, you might think, okay, maybe we just listen to is darkroom or is transitioning and then add that delay here. And you would be absolutely correct. So we know that certain routes need dark or light room. So we can simply check if the last position is darkroom or not, and if our new path needs darkroom or not. And then our code will update automatically is darkroom when their transition ends anyway. So let's create something called let flag delay, and we're going to set that to false. And now we can grab is darkroom. So let's do use room toggle store like so. So now we can check, okay, if our location.pathname requires is darkroom. So if location pathname equals /about or sorry, that's not or that's just or. If it equals about or dev work, then we might as well just set another variable here called let require darkroom equal to false. So if location.pathname equals /about or /dev work, then what we can do is require darkroom and set that to true. So now we can just check like we did before, if require darkroom does not equal is darkroom, then in flag delay, we just set that to true as well. And we'll just set flag delay equal to true. Cool. So now based on the flag delay, we need to add some sort of delay to our enter animation. Before it starts playing, we want to add some sort of delay. So how much delay? Well, first let's just do flag delay. Ternary operator, if we are delaying, then we want to add some sort of delay. So let's go to our experience class. And I think I misspoke earlier, but by default, if you don't set a duration, it's going to be 0.5 seconds. So half a second. I think I said it was 1 second earlier, but yeah, I misspoke. It's going to be 0.5 seconds by default. So let's go back to transition. So since we have 3 there, it should be 1.5 seconds. Otherwise, don't put in any delay whatsoever. Okay, so if I go back and refresh the page, let's go to design work. Cool. It doesn't play until, okay, nice. Let's go to dev work now. Cool. Let's go to about. No delay between about and dev work. Let's go to home. Nothing below there. No delay here. No delay here either. Let's go to design work. Great. Okay, let's go to mobile view just to make sure it works. Cool. Let's go to design work again. Okay, and mobile view is officially breaking, but desktop view is working properly. So we have some issue on mobile view, and that's more of probably setting a style issue rather than anything else. Translate goes animates in, and then it jumps to 100%. So let's see on the X, the transition is X on the 100%. So let's see. If I put this to 80, I'm going to assume it's over there. So okay, that makes sense. That means we just need to get rid of this over here. We don't actually have to set on complete back to 100% here because it's going off screen y equal to 100% here. Also, sorry, I don't know why I added this. I don't think we need that. Oh wait, now I remember. I think it was before I set the width and height to 100%. So I wanted to prevent the error of not being able to click on anything. But since I ended up making the height and width 100% anyway, there's really no need for that anyway because this is already translating it off the page, so we're not running into any issues with that anymore. And the awesome thing is, like, even if you jam and destroy them, it's never gonna mess up, which is so awesome, actually. Like, I can just, like, keep jamming like this, and it's not gonna mess up anything. It's not gonna break the application. Even in mobile view itself, like, I can jam these buttons, and so on and so forth. Super cool. Of course, you can add some debouncing if you want to, for sure, but everything seems to be working super properly, and that's just like really cool. So all the hard stuff is kind of gone now, which is really, really awesome. Oh, I should also mention, like, this isn't the only way to figure out the delay. You could take another approach. Now, we can't use useEffect, or at least to my knowledge, because the way this is rendering is it can't re-render with a useEffect like traditional ones. We would have to instantiate all these other things like on enter, on exit, and all this kind of stuff again once the component re-renders, but we can't do that. So that's why I didn't use useEffect here. Whereas in page here, you can see I used useEffect, whereas in transition, I didn't use useEffect. But there are other ways. Like if you wanted to check the last URL, and if you're going from about work or to dev work, or you're going to design work, then you could just check based on URL rather than with require darkroom and things like that. So multiple ways you could do that. I just did it this way because that's the first thing that came to my mind, and it's very, very simple. All right, we can do some cleanup now. So we can probably just get rid of data. We don't need this anymore. We don't need the UI store for open panel anymore, so we can get rid of that. And then anything that you're not using, you can get rid of as well. So I can get rid of this anymore. We don't have to close the panel. Homepage, let's see. Yeah, we don't have to close the panel here either. Don't need to do this. Cool, and all that logic is removed and everything is still working. Okay, so the remaining part of the video is probably just going to be things I added, a quick overview rather than step by step, just because we kind of did all the hard parts already. So the first thing I wanted to mention that you'll see in the new code is a new useEffect here that sets the appropriate enter time for the timeout. Now I said originally in the start, it's like the timeout should be the same as the duration of your GSAP timeline, and it was still working for us at 1000 even though we had a 3.5-second delay, and it still works perfectly fine. You don't actually have to use this useEffect at all. I'm just putting this here in case you wanted it, in case you want to look at what it would be quote unquote technically correct. The reason we don't actually have to set the timeout equal for the enter transition when it comes to this specifically, I feel like I'm not looking at the JavaScript lifecycle behind the scenes, but intuitively it makes sense. Like the enter is 1 second supposedly for this transition, but GSAP itself has its own internal loop, so it's still triggering, and nothing else is overriding the GSAP, so it's still triggering the tween of delaying for 3.5 seconds and then playing after. Like nothing's happening after it's entering. So it doesn't really matter that transition is only looking for 1 second, because GSAP is like its own internal JavaScript that's running in the background. Yeah, technically though, it should be 4.5 seconds if we have a delay. Another thing you see I created over here is called use page transition store. So if I go to page transition store, you can see essentially when my page is transitioning, I'm setting some states like, oh, it's entering, it's exiting, it's delaying into a global state. That way other things can easily listen to that and react to that. So one example is my overlay. If I open something over here, you can see my overlay is fading in when this is entering in. So what I did was I took the overlay from the page itself. It used to be in here, and then I just made it its own separate component over here. And you can see that it listens to, oh, if it's entering, do this animation. If it's exiting, do this animation. You can also split this up into 2 use effects if you want to and bypass the if statements, but yeah, just put it into one function here. It's like, oh, if the animation is entering, then play the fade in. You can see opacity goes from 0 to 1, and if it's exiting, go back to 0. So that's why it's going in and out just like that. If you wanted to, you could totally just put the overlay as part of the transition group or use a transition group and have multiple node refs and kind of animate it that way. I didn't do that approach. I just went for a global store approach, primarily because the reason I didn't go for a transition group sort of approach is because you would have to like come over here and pass an overlay for every single one, and then you would have to split the children using react.children into their 2 separate ones, so you could give them 2 different animations. Of course, you can also just like put it inside the transition component itself, like just put an overlay in here and animate the overlay as part of the JSX. I just wanted to keep a separation of concerns, which is why I just put overlay into a components rather than anything else. I also used that global store of is entering to do something like intro animations here. You can see I just used a timeline here that animates in my content. So every time I click this or any page, we trigger the global state setting is entering to true, and then this use effect triggers right here is entering and just plays and animates my content in. So that's all I'm doing there. So just to go back to transition, you can see on enter, I set is entering the global state that we did to true. I set it is exiting to false, and then the delay to whatever delay we set it to in this application, which is 3.5 seconds. And another alternative, instead of using a wrapper div, is you could forward the ref of the page and just refer to that in transition rather than using a wrapper div, which we did have some issues with. But that's another approach. Again, I don't really like doing that because we have to modify our own components and then do a few extra steps in order to pass that ref forward, but that is something to consider if you wanted to go down that route as well. I also took out the class names and made a transition.scss and just placed it over here. You can see I actually updated for the desktop version. I didn't put a height anymore, so the page wrapper actually has a non-existent height, but it still animates like itself. So if I click over here and go into the page wrapper, you can see that it's still transforming perfectly fine, but it doesn't really need a height. Now the reason I got rid of the height is so I could click on my overlay. Since the page wrapper originally, when we were doing it in the video, I had a height of 100%, I couldn't click on my overlay. Now I could increase the z-index of my overlay, but then it would overlap my other page content, and I wouldn't want that. Yes, I could also size it appropriately accordingly to this, and that would work as well. But honestly, I just found it easier to make the page wrapper height non-existent. However, for mobile version, I still have it at 100% because otherwise we would get it squashing together. So that's what this is. And I actually don't need this Z index here, sorry. And then pretty much the last thing is I just updated the loading screen to play some animations. So just based on the progress, I set the width of a bar and just some GSAP timeline triggers once progress equals 100%. Nothing really too special there. And then everything else is pretty much just SCSS. The last thing I'll say, this is more of a Vercel issue than anything. If you go to a direct URL and refresh, you can see that it's breaking. Whereas on your development server, it's not going to be breaking. And the reason for that is because Vercel is trying to look for other HTML files, but we only have a single HTML file. So in order to fix that, just create a vercel.json file and root to index. It'll basically say all routes return the index.html because we're making a single page application here and we only have one index.html file. So every URL, it'll just tell it to use the index.html file. And then all our JavaScript logic handles everything else. And now you can see if I go back, it works. Oh, and one last thing is I did create some video textures to attach to the Mac screen and iPhone screens, as you can see, also for the darkroom and Lightroom. They're just MP4 videos and I just used video textures that I attached them to. Make sure you use memo, otherwise when you resize or when you switch, it's going to start glitching out and keep on creating that texture and create a lot of bugs. Yeah, so hopefully it helped and we did cover a lot in this video. Definitely one of my harder videos. A lot of state management and things like that, even when I kind of glossed over at the end, but I feel like you can sort of pick it up though. But we kind of handled a lot of things, you know, transitioning between cameras, adding delays, global state, lots of global state, and now you should be confident when you go between routes and things like that, at least when it comes to React. But, you know, it kind of applies to other frameworks and other libraries built on React as well. So hopefully that kind of shows you why a lot of 3D websites tend to avoid routes, and because it's very, very much of a headache to manage with routes, and it's very rare do you ever want to, like, you know, actually go directly to a specific route, if that makes sense. I think some future directions, maybe add some animations here, maybe add some other cool effects. You know, at this point, everything else is just styling, HTML, CSS, right? You kind of know how to set up pages. Like, for example, maybe you want to create like a full screen transition. As this page comes up, the canvas also fades into the distance to give some sort of style effect that way. And I feel like if you used a global store of is entering, is exiting, or, you know, so on and so forth, you could trigger that to happen as your pages transition next to each other. So you can have a really lot of options. Again, here's why you can see why a lot of websites, 3D websites specifically, tend to avoid URLs, because it almost triples your work by having to manage all the global states and URLs and all that kind of stuff. Whereas, as you can see earlier in the video when we were just working with side panels, it was probably only around the 3-hour mark or 2-hour mark where we got that working out of the box without URLs. Yeah, so before I end this video, I just want to give a shout out to my Patreon supporters. Thank you so much. It really means a lot. I do want to make education free, but like financially, it's not really sustainable, especially not the content that I'm doing. If you want to support my work, if you like my work, you know, please do consider supporting me. I want to make education free, but you know, just like financially, it's not feasible. But yeah, doom and gloom away. Thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for stopping by, and I hope to see you in my next video. Take care.